Good day, good afternoon, good evening everyone, this is Vipress of Viperland, and I am here starting out Steins Gate 0, a game that I have played a long time ago. Pretty quickly. I played through the game pretty quick in my own time, and then got super depressed and was like, nah, I'm never playing that game again. Did platinum it though. But, because we signed up for playing all the SciDB games, this is one of them, this is next in line, this is the one we're playing. I wiped the data, so like it's a clean save. Even if I go to continue, there should be nothing there, I assume. Yeah, I wiped the data, but the trophies are still there, so we're not earning any new trophies. Also, it's been a while since I played the game, so I remember certain things. I was gonna have a guide up. You have to get all the endings anyway, but if you do them in a specific order, it's a little easier, just because it saves you from having to do an extra playthrough at the very end. But whatever. I know the point where we make a decision, so it's fine. We're just gonna start it up. Oh hey, it's end of Steins Gate 1. Some things happened. Those things were clearly fine and happy and good all around. Always. Eight 2010 1756-05. The hatch opened. Bright light flooded my eyes. Where was I? My eyes narrowed. I could barely make out the summer's twilight sky. I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to disappear. But someone grabbed my arm and dragged me out. Oh man. We've seen Daru's text, but we haven't seen Daru himself in a while. Whoa, he's back already. It hasn't even been a minute, has it? That's how time travel works. Ocarine? I don't have the energy to respond to my own nickname. I fell to the ground and wrapped my arms around myself. Starting with the happiest of times, just, you know, really sets the tone for the game. Mayuri ran to me and looked down, her face worried. But her kindness felt like nothing but a nuisance. Don't talk to me. Just leave me alone. Wait, you're covered in blood. What happened? Huh, yeah. Dad, get me a towel and water. Oh, and clothes, now. Also, hey Topaz, welcome to Viperland in the chat. Enjoy the lurk. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're getting some rest now. Huh? Can someone please tell me what's going on? Just do it now. Oh, okay. Daru ran to the door that led back inside the building. Ocarine, are you okay? Hang in there. Don't die, please. I mean, it's not his blood. Yeah, it's fine. He's not hurt. Stop it. Just get away from me. Leave me alone. I couldn't save her. In fact, I killed her myself. Right here, 3 weeks ago. I killed her. I'm a murderer. Didn't work. No matter what we do, it's not going to work. It's all been decided already. It's the same as it was with Mayuri. To the best of my knowledge, the entire voice cast comes back to reprise their roles. I don't think anyone's different. If they are, it's not noticeable to me. Like, I know it's still Mamoru Miyano for Kabe. It's clearly still same voice actors for Mayuri and Daru. No matter how hard I try, it'll all end up the same. I don't... Another anime after Zero? Maybe. I've never actually seen the Zero anime. All I know of it is the opening song, which is good, but it's not as good as the game opening song, in my opinion. I've never actually seen it, so I don't know whether it's good, bad. I hear it's at least not bad. I don't think it's as iconic as Steins Gate 1, but I hear it's at least like not a bad adaptation. No matter how many times I try, it will all converge back to the same result. But maybe. I'm not going to do the Robotics Note anime, even though there is one. I hear it's kind of just middle of the road. It exists. It ain't bad. I might look it up on my own time, but the Steins Gate one, since we did it for 1, maybe we'll do it for 0 as well. And it'll give me an excuse to watch it too, so I don't want to say hard yes, but I'm leaning that way. Oh no, not auto. The process doesn't matter. Whether you time travel or time leap, you can't go back and change the results of the past. I thought I understood that cruel truth, but now I was forced to realize it again, and in the worst possible way. It's useless. Useless. It's all useless. I knew it. I can't save Krisu. He's having a bad time, but also, hey Sora, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. I knew this. I knew this. I already knew this would happen. Like, the anime OP is pretty good. Game OP is just better to me. I like them both, just like this one a little more. And I know I'm going to get flagged on YouTube for having the opening song, so I probably just won't talk over it when it happens, so if it gets cut and has issues, I'll just mute that bit of it. Nothing will be lost. Here, I'm glad you didn't miss the OP. You did not miss the OP, and you have missed nothing other than basic recap so far. That's what you didn't want to miss. Yeah, I don't remember exactly where they play it, but it's not too far in. But also, hey Ramen, how's it going? I'm so tired. I haven't rested in so long. I'm done. This is one of the reasons I'm really glad I played Steins Gate Basic and not Steins Gate Elite. Because I love this art style, and even if I didn't love this art style, it would have been really jarring to go from the anime art style to this, because there is no Steins Gate Zero Elite. Like, this is the only way to play this game, but I love this art style, and I'm glad I found a non-elite version of 1 to play as well. Ocarina, what happened? Though, if I had gotten Steins Gate Elite, I could have platinumed it again. But, you know, the sacrifices I make to stick with the art style I prefer. I killed her! I killed her! I'm an idiot! It's all my fault! He killed Krisu Makise. I'm gonna say her first name wrong all the time again. It's a terrible life, yeah. Just like, I can't re-platinum this right now. I've already got the platinum. It's terrible. Killed? It can't be true. It can't. Don't worry, you've got enough for one more attempt. Though it is nice seeing it on the bigger screen, because I played it on the Vita, and the Vita's good. I would not call it a giant screen. I'd call it a powerful system that is way undervalued by a lot of people, but just like most portable systems until the Switch, it's a tiny screen. Don't worry, you got enough for one more attempt. Just leave me alone. No matter how many times I try it, it'll all end up the same. What are you saying? Are you going to give up? Billions of lives depend on you, Uncle Ocarina. Who cares if you fail once? There's just no way to save Krisu. You can't stop the world line convergence. Term refers to an infinite number of possible worlds. However, these worlds do not exist in parallel. Only one exists at a given time. Everything that occurs along a world line, from the past to the future, has been predetermined. Thus, no matter how much you change the past along a single world line, the result will converge to the same outcome. You're too early, clearly. That's the reality of this world. I learned that a long time ago. I'll just have to slap some sense into him. Several hours before stream start time. You can't. It's not right to force him to do this. I can't bear to see Ocarina like this. If he doesn't, the future won't change. Why? Why does Ocarina have to change the future all by himself? It's too much for him to bear. Mayuri continues to be the best. Because only Uncle Ocarina has the powers of an observer of the world. Ocarina didn't want that. And I think even if he tried, he'd just get hurt again. Oh, absolutely the best. 3 games into this series, technically I guess starting 4, Mayuri is the best. Ferris is really good. Ferris is really good. It's impossible for one person to change the world all by themselves. That's why Steins Gate is... I know how you feel, but I'm here for the sake of the future. I can't go back to 2036 either way, so I'm not going to give up so easily. Uncle Ocarina, I'll tell you one thing. This time machine has a finite amount of fuel. It won't go to Steins Gate, yeah, At first I told you that it could only be used to go there and back twice, but there's actually a little more fuel than that. Even so, it can only travel about 344 days. Even if you do a one-way trip, less than a year from now, you won't be able to reach July 28th. Remember this, when that day comes, I'll go myself if I must. Someone was saying something to me, but I couldn't understand the words. I didn't want to listen to anything, I just wanted to sleep. And just let this all end. Just let me go. Ocarina, hey, Ocarina. You don't have to push yourself so hard anymore, okay? It's okay to cry, Ocarine. Mayushi is here for you, okay, Ocarine? I don't know if Mayuri's words were the reason why, but tears started to flow. I decided to forget everything. Ever since that day, I stopped going to the Future Gadget Laboratory. A lab in name only. It's actually a group of students who make strange inventions. Its founder, Rintaro Okabe, described it as a place where he can further his ambitions to overthrow the ruling structure of the world. To get there, head down Center Street from Akihabara Station, then when you get to the Suihiro-cho intersection, take a left at Kura Mayabashi Street, then head into the alleyway just in front of the next light, and you'll find an old multi-purpose building called the Obiyama Building. It's on the second floor. I wonder if that's an actual building. Like, clearly fictional stuff happened there, but I wonder if that's directions to an actual building that visually fits the part. Ever since... Oh yeah, I read that. Absolute zero. Good start. And now we fast forward a few months to, towards the end of the year. UPX, the new symbol of Akihabara, was located right in front of the station. In the hall of the 4th floor, preparations had been going on all morning for the ATF Akihabara Techno Forum Convention. Universities and labs from both inside and outside the country would work together to put on special seminars and symposiums at irregular intervals. My school, Tokyo Denkai University, was participating as part of its industry collaboration of efforts. Students were required to attend these seminars and submit reports to their instructors. First founded as the Denkai School in 1907, in 1949 it became a college in Kanda, Tokyo. Denkai University trains engineers and scientists to promote the healthy development of scientific technology. It was founded around the principle of practical study above all else, and its educational and research motto is "Technology is People." Because of the school's location, it was deeply involved in the development of Akihabara. Yep, college student. They didn't really come up a lot in the first game because it was summer, but it's, you know, school time now. Otherwise, they wouldn't get credit for their related classes. In addition, I was supposed to help one of the lecturers, Associate Professor Izaki. I had just gotten a list from the reception desk at the shared lobby. I was waiting to check off the names of students who were coming to the lecture. There was still some time before the seminar started, so the lobby was mostly empty. None of the students on the list were here yet. I was bored, but I couldn't do anything but wait. The old me never could have imagined doing anything like this, but impressing Izaki was part of my new goal in life. Victor Chandira University. Yes, that was my new goal. Izaki did a lot of joint research projects with them and knew a lot of people there. The best first step to getting there my brain could come up with was being his assistant. Also, this convention was holding another seminar by Victor Chandira University after the one held this summer. Of course, that interested me too. Summer. An image of her as she was then flashed through my mind. I was trying to get to Victor Chandira so that they could learn about the work that Krisu Makise had been doing. I wanted to try to do it myself. Of course, I wasn't a genius like Krisu. I knew there was no way I'd be able to do exactly what she did. But if I could do even 10% of it, honestly, I'm amazed that I've recovered so well. I thought to myself and chuckled, just as a voice called to me from across the lobby. Excuse me? Huh? I looked up and saw a young girl approaching from the elevator hall. She was short and petite, everything about her was small. I could kind of make out a few of the curves that didn't appear until after puberty, so at least she wasn't in elementary school, but maybe middle school? For someone with such a cute face, she clearly didn't care about her appearance. Her hair wasn't styled and it poured down her back. Even I could tell her clothes weren't very fashionable. Are you sure you can tell anything about that? Also, yes, sad scientist times. Joy. Excuse me, where's the staff from? This is the ATF seminar. Clearly not a place where a middle school girl belonged. She'd probably just come to the wrong place. I know that. How many times am I gonna have to say this? This is the first time you said it to me. And you're the 4th person I've said it to since I got here. Irritated, she pulled a card out of her jacket. It was one of the IDs given out to invited guests. Her name and the name of her workplace were written on the front. Huh? Victor Crondia University, USA, Brain Science Institute. Victor Crondia University, USA, Brain Science Institute, field of study that researches animal brains, also called neuroscience. It investigates the brain from a number of perspectives, including biology, genetics, medicine, psychology, and electrical engineering. I looked at the card, and then at her, and then back at the card, then I looked at her again. I finally realized. Oh, so that's it. Where did you find this card? Thanks for bringing it back. I've done that 3 times already, too. She sighed and showed me another card. This one was a photo ID from Victor Crondia University. Huh? What? It was the same ID I'd seen Krisu holding before on another world line. The photo on the card, yeah, this was definitely her. Maho Hayacho. That's my name. Maho Hayacho. I'll say it to you now because nobody's ever been able to read it right, not in Japanese or English. And you're from Victor Crondia University Middle School? He's not even trying. He's not even trying. Stop messing around. Universities don't have middle school. That's true. Then you skipped a bunch of... grades? Unlike in Japan, it wasn't uncommon for Americans to skip grades. Krisu had made it to university at age 17. But still, a girl this young working at a university lab? Can I ask you something? Sure. You're feeling pretty shocked right now, right? Let me guess, a small child like this, I can't believe it, right? Or are you one of the, she must be amazing to be able to do that at her age types? It was B. She got me. Look here, closely. The girl, Maho Hayajo, pointed to the part of ID with her slender fingers. Ah, she's 2 years younger than me. She was born in 1989, and it was 2010, so... You're 21 years old? In other words, I'm an adult woman. I'm not in middle school, and of course, not in elementary school, or daycare either. Then she puffed out her chest. There wasn't much to see, but I could imagine her saying, they look bigger when I'm not wearing clothes. They're huge. I'm sure that's what she'd say, O'Green. I'm sure. What's that look supposed to mean? Oh, no. Sorry. I apologize. I couldn't believe it. She was older than me. If Daru was here, he'd be dancing around screaming, legal loli for the win. Net slang used to express excitement about a positive event or experience, abbreviated FTW. Refers to a character in anime or manga who appears to be no older than an elementary schooler, but is in fact over the legal age of 20. That is what Daru would say, though, to be fair. It really is. Doesn't matter. I guess I get the same thing all around the world, no matter where I go. Yeah, I'm sure. Did you say something? No, I didn't. Still, the Brain Science Institute. That's where Krisu worked. Which means this this person, might know a lot about Krisu. I held back the impulse to start badgering her with questions. I looked at the pamphlet with the seminar schedules. Victor Crondia's lecture was the last one for the day, and was clearly intended to be the biggest. Was this Maho Hayajo girl going to give a lecture? Just like Krisu had done at the summer convention. No, wait, that's wrong, that never happened. Krisu Makise never gave any lecture over the summer. That happened in the Alpha World Line. In the world line I inhabited now, before the summer convention, she'd already met a bad fate, yeah? Are you giving the lectures today? No, I'm here as an assistant. Oh, and translator too. I looked at the pamphlet again and saw that the lecturer was a man named Alexis Leskinen. Alexis Leskinen, a professor at Victor Crondia University and the chief researcher of the Brain Science Institute. The topic is the artificial intelligence revolution, huh? Yeah, sounds interesting. If you've got the time, I'd love for you to come listen. I will. Oh, the staff room, right? I'll lead Maho over to the elevator hall and show her where the staff room was. Thanks. I had no reason to hang around her any further. I said goodbye and was just about to turn around. Just then, the elevator opened. A woman emerged. The instant I saw her face, every hair on my body stood on end. Ah, it's a friend. Moika Kiryu. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. Calm down. This is the Beta World line. Kiryu-chan! It's Kiryu-chan. Mayuri is alive. Moika's not going to kill her. Our eyes met. The eyes on the other side of her glasses were as dead as ever, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. I frantically averted my gaze before she realized something was wrong. She tilted her head for a second, but quickly lost interest in me and turned towards Maho. You're with the magazine, right? I'm here about that interview. Even in this world line, Moika still only spoke in faint whispers. Dr. Leskinen isn't here yet. It may be a minute. Okay. If you want, I can go over the system until he gets here. Thank you. The two of them disappeared into the staff room. As I watched them leave, I took a deep breath. Tried to calm down, but it wasn't working. Moika Kiryu, is it going to be you again? It was a terrible feeling, like a cold finger tracing the wounds in my heart. That night, when the terrorist threat shut down all the trains in Akihabara, that awful night when I just knew something was going to happen. Are you going to do it again, here? Or was I just imagining things? Was she just a magazine reporter now instead of a CERN rounder? An unofficial group that works for CERN. It is, in theory, an independent group that does technology research. Rounders are deployed all over the world, and their exact numbers are unknown. The real objective is to recover the IBM 5100s, the only machines capable of hacking CERN's hidden database, as well as crushing any attempts at time machine research around the world and taking the scientists back to work for CERN. They are, in essence, mercenaries, who are capable of using force if necessary. Some of the members on the bottom rung do their work without ever meeting another rounder face to face. Fictional, the European Laboratory for Nuclear Research, CERN, however, is not an acronym for this group. It comes from the French European Society for Nuclear Research, its predecessor group. The lab consists of the world's largest particle accelerator on the outskirts of Geneva, Switzerland, crosses the border between France and Switzerland, and there's a bank, library, post office, and living quarters located on the grounds. Research teams from all over the world, but particularly the 19 countries of Europe, gather here to perform experiments in elementary particle physics. Several thousand people work at CERN. Excuse me. No, even if Moika was around her, we had nothing to do with CERN anymore. CERN wouldn't be watching us. Took another deep breath, grabbed some of the anxiety meds in my pocket, and swallowed them down with some mineral water I'd brought ahead of time. It would take 15 minutes for them to kick in. These 15 minutes were always pretty rough. I laughed at myself a little and sat down on one of the reception desk chairs. The table was filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. Let's, assume, there we go. Oh, Tutu, Ocarine? Are things going okay with Mr. Seminar? We got, yeah, no problem. It's a little accident. I'm not sure. I know the ones that matter, so the ones that don't, go ahead, take your pick. There's only a very few that have story, no problem, yeah. I see, that's great. I can't wait to see what kind of seminar it'll be. Maishi wishes she could have seen it too. Maybe a little too hard for you to follow. I love that she's got her own sticker, though, of her just, You're right. Okay, I don't want to get in your way. Bye. Perfect. Though, oh, do we have any other... We can do Garo Froggies. Think strange. There's so many Garo Froggy wallpapers, and one Upa. Why are there so many more Garo Froggies than there are Upas? I'm gonna leave it on this for now. I mean, honestly, both of them are just like, I'm gonna leave it on that. Vibration for call? Sure. Do you know what? Buzz the controller. Actually, do it. Let's leave that off. Tables filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. My eyes wandered to one of the pamphlets. Nakabachi Theory and the Genealogy of Pseudoscience. This pamphlet was for Professor Izaki's seminar. Nakabachi Theory. The paper he'd announced in Russia. That paper held the key to creating a real time machine. Make the 300 happy, clearly. That day, July 28th, Nakabachi had stolen the paper from Krisu, his own daughter, and left with it. I knew that. Only Nakabachi and I knew that. I flipped through the pamphlet. It was a brief introduction to the many forms of pseudoscience and fake scientific discoveries that had emerged since the start of the 20th century. On its own, it did make for interesting reading. And at the end of the pamphlet, Nakabachi theory was introduced as nothing more than another entry in that long list of fakes. So, Dr. Nakabachi's time machine theory had been completely ignored by the academic world. All the glory, fame, and power he'd wanted so badly that he was willing to get rid of his own daughter, but he didn't get any of it. And I'd heard rumors that after the announcement, he'd been imprisoned in a Russian lab. To make it even funnier, he thought he was getting VIP treatment. Even in this timeline, he doesn't get a good end, and that's important. If that was July, just under 4 months? On the 20th, it'll be 4 months. It's the same year, but it's the end of the year instead of summer. For a short time, there were essays and interviews on bogus academic journals. Even there, it was obvious that it had gone to his head. Yeah, so it hasn't been that long. The ironic thing was that Nakabachi theory was completely correct and completely revolutionary. Yeah, the Russian government was worried about it leaking, and the SVR was doing everything it could to keep it under wraps. The Service of the External Reconnaissance of the Russian Federation, aka SVR. Russia's external intelligence agency. Its HQ is in Yasanovo in southern Moscow. After the old Soviet Committee for the State Security, KGB, was disbanded, the new SVR was modeled after the KGB's first directorate. There are other intelligence agencies in Russia as well, such as the Main Intelligence Directorate, GRU, and the Federal Security Service, FSB. Each of them has their own territory and specialization. But under the surface, there was a full-scale information war beginning over the paper. Always gotta trip up on something. A time traveler from 2036, John Titor, had told me so, which meant it had to be true. In November 2000, a man appeared on an American message board claiming to be a time traveler from the year 2036. This became an internet phenomenon that inspired a storm of questions and debate. The man called himself John Titor and published partial pictures of the manual for his time machine, as well as an explanation for how it operated. He also made clear what would happen in the near future, how interfering with the timeline worked, the principles behind the multiverse and parallel worlds, as well as timelines and world lines, and then, 4 months after his appearance, he left a final message saying that he'd completed his mission and would be returning to his world. Then he vanished for good. Was World War III really going to happen? There was no point in thinking about it. Just a little more before the drugs kicked in. I closed my eyes. I'm sure the anxiety meds help a bit. Several hours later, the convention was going well. After Professor Isaki's seminar, most of the students from my university went home, but I killed some time and came back. I wanted to hear the Victor Crondier lecture. I headed to the town hall with plenty of time to spare and saw Maho Hayajo coming from the staff room. So 1 second, stomach's just feeling weird. I hate it. It's never something I had to worry about growing up, but now I gotta keep antacids around. Don't get old. But yeah, like, I mean, he's still got a flip phone. Well, it's not quite a flip phone. It's not quite a flip phone. But it's probably not like a gaming phone either at this rate. Man, he upgraded though, because it's definitely fancier. Yeah, I didn't grow up with it. It's more of a recent thing. Thankfully, the solution is super simple, but it's still frustrating. I headed to the hall with plenty of time to spare and saw Maho Hayajo coming from the staff room. she was with a very tall foreigner. Was that Alexis Leskinen? Didn't seem like an American name, but maybe he was an immigrant like Krisu, or at least descendant from one. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the looks on their faces were so serious that I couldn't help but listen. Since they were both speaking in English, I could barely make out any of it, but I could tell from their voices that it wasn't a pleasant chat. Wait, did I just hear the word makise? I hated the fact that I couldn't speak English.
Master, I am math scientist. It's so cool. Son of a bitch.
Fantastic. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have gone to an English school. The two of them walked into the waiting room for the lectures. I was located right next to the UPX theater. He's so good. I put together the few fragments I was able to understand. Fire at Krisu's house. Miss Makise is alright. Robbery. The police called off the investigation. Why was the FBI there? It doesn't make sense. Federal Bureau of Investigation. An American police organization. It is attached to the Department of Justice and handles crimes that occur on American soil. There are approximately 30,000 people who work for the FBI. When crimes take place involving a wide area in multiple states, the FBI investigates under federal law. I think that's what they were saying? Krisu's house. Do they mean where she lived in America? Her mother should still live in America. Is that where the fire was? Then the words like robbery and the investigation was called off. I really wanted to know more. I stood there and worried until it was time for the lecture to begin. With nothing else to do, I went inside the theater. Yeah, the UI is pretty nice. Also, hey Ark, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. They had a few games and they were fine in that UI, you know? I could tell earlier by looking at the size of the crowds going inside, but it was a very high energy crowd. The atmosphere was clearly different from Izaki's seminar, which was mostly students there for credit. Man, how not evil. It's definitely not evil, but how clever we'll go with to make it so all your students have to go to your lecture, so it looks like you've got a great audience there. Oh man, look at how many people showed up to my lecture. 95% of the people have to be here, but whatever, the room's packed. Before, after notes, considerably before. This is still 2010. This is the winter of the same year that Steins Gate happens, but this is the timeline where he doesn't get the full true ending. He gets right up to the cusp of it and gives up. If you remember the bit of Steins Gate 1 where he gets the message from his future self that like lifts his spirits back up and convinces him to do it again, that doesn't happen. So, this is him right after he killed Krisu in the time machine and came back to the present and went, I can't do it anymore, I give up. 4 months have passed, and that's where we are now. The place was nearly full with a crowd of scientists and people who wanted to learn about cutting-edge technology. Victor Crondia's researchers had published a slate of papers in Science recently, and had gotten a lot of media attention. Maybe that was why. Were there any open seats? I found a single open seat at the edge, but when I looked at who was sitting next to me, I moaned. Of course. You again. I think it meant groaned, but you know what it meant. Excuse me. Moika Kiryu was there. She was speaking to no one, just typing endlessly into her phone. Dad once named her Shining Finger because of her incredible typing speed, and she was as fast as ever. Who is she talking to? But yeah, so this is still like 10 years or so before notes. 9 years before the start of it, at least. Didn't even want to imagine. I quickly turned away and looked for another seat. Dr. Leskinen reached the podium almost the exact instant I sat down. It's a huge wave of applause, but when they saw the tiny little girl come up next to him, the applause faded into confused murmurs. The translator and assistant, why so confused? Maho must have expected this. Her expression didn't change in the slightest as she stood next to the professor. In fact, when she took the microphone from the professor and looked around the theater, she looked like she belonged there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
He's English. First, Dr. Leskinen began to speak in English. When he made eye contact with Maho, she began to interpret. Everyone, thank you for coming to my seminar. The game has a dub. My name is... It's so hard to talk over two voices at once. My name is Alexis Leskinen, and I'm here with Victor Krandia University's Brain Science Institute. My specialty is brain signal processing systems and artificial intelligence theory. And I am his assistant, Maho Hyacho. I am also a researcher at the Institute, working under the professor. I'm glad to meet you all. I also love how, like, he's clearly voiced by somebody who doesn't really know English, and it's just like, it's fine, you're gonna be in the background, don't worry about it. The audience starts murmuring again. That's the same way I responded when I met her. Well, that'll happen, yeah. I'd like to get right into it by introducing some of the cutting-edge research we're doing. Like, if you really listen to like what he's saying, it's like, it's passable, it's English, but it's like, it's on that cusp. That's true. His name is clearly not quite English as well. So yeah, it would fit into the canon of like, yeah, he's probably foreign to America as well. The topic we're discussing today is the artificial intelligence revolution. But I think the system we're going to demonstrate today goes beyond anything you've ever imagined. Often shortened to AI, there have been many different definitions for this word since its creation. For example, some use it to refer to control systems with self-directed learning capability, while others use it to refer to programs whose thoughts routines mirror a human's. Dr. Leskinen stood in front of the laptop that had been placed on the podium and started to type. This computer is linked to one of the supercomputers in our labs. Oh, don't turn on the projector just yet. One of the staffers was about to display the laptop screen to the front projector. Some kind of important program must have been booting up because Maho Hyajo stopped them. I wish I could isolate just his stuff. I'm sure those voice lines exist somewhere. Sorry, this stuff isn't complete yet. The screen's filled with programs that aren't very pretty to look at. I'd rather let you see me naked than let you see these lousy programs. If there are any engineers in the audience today, you know what I'm talking about, right? Some of the audience got the professor's joke and laughed. Also, hey Mitz, how's it going? Welcome to Vaporland of the chat. What? I mean, are you saying you wouldn't rather be seen naked in front of a group of people instead of letting them see potentially rough programming? While it's booting up, I'll go over the basic idea of the system. There was another projector in the center of the stage. A diagram appeared on its screen. And at the top of the diagram was a Japanese translation for the general audience. An analysis of neural pulse signals relating to memories stored in the temporal lobe. Electrical signal that travels through the human's nerve cells. It's used to quickly spread information between cells. Part of the cerebrum, located at the side of the brain. It controls memory, judgment, emotional restraint, hearing, and more. It's also used to accessing the hippocampus, which is on the edge of the cerebrum. I know that title well. In fact, I was sure I could never forget it. It was the title of an essay written by a 17-year-old genius and published in Science. What does this game need, Sora? Oh, I didn't actually. She had completely analyzed the nerve impulse patterns that govern human memory and used that to digitize the memories themselves into data. And she'd used that to invent the time leap machine right in front of my eyes. It needs barrels. Well, I mean, it'll have barrel tighter. Does that count? Though none of that had actually happened anymore. This paper appeared in Science, so I'm sure some of you have seen it before. I love that there's just a magazine just called Science. I mean, alchemy could do anything, yeah. This theory was proposed and finalized by a brilliant Japanese member of our team. Human memories are stored in the cerebral cortex, particularly the temporal lobe. They're a lot like flash memory, the gray-colored external layer of the human brain. It's only a few millimeters thick, but consists of over 10 billion neurons in countless layers. The central core governing sensation, movement, and mental activity. Different parts handle different functions. The part of the brain that reads and writes the flash memory is called the hippocampal gyrus. The hippocampal gyrus is found on the outside edge of the hippocampus. It is the part of the brain that controls memories and spatial recognition. It is responsible for spatial processing, as well as the sensation of being familiar with a situation or place. It has an important role in memory encoding and retrieval. Really? Alright. I wouldn't even think to look that up, but cool. Cool. Good to know. Dr. Leskinen pointed to the diagrams of the brain and hippocampus on the screen. The brain functions... I'm surprised you heard enough of that to be like, Michi? The brain functions by sending electrical signals between cells called neurons, also referred to as nerve cells, cells specialized in information processing. Electrical pulses flow through these cells to share various types of information, making them a form of transmission mechanism. We hit in the technological terms hard and early, but it's mostly just brain stuff. Memories are actually just the transmission of these electrical signals, and it's the hippocampal gyrus that controls them. It's a talent, I guess. In other words, memories are created by passing electrical signals in and out of the hippocampal gyrus. So, Krisu Makase, the Japanese scientist who wrote this paper, Miss Makase came up with an idea. Electrical signals, signal patterns, the cerebral cortex. Maho started to have trouble with her interpreting. She was getting confused. No matter how good you were with languages, interpreting for a long period of time had to be difficult. Oh, I can't imagine, yeah. Actually, the name of the real journal. Cool. It doesn't surprise me. I like how direct and to the point it is. You know exactly what you're getting into. Just science. And go with a bootleg in the original this time, it seems. Cool. I'd once read an article on the internet that said even professionals can't do it for more than 20 minutes. International conferences and live broadcasts from overseas are actually handled by a team of people switching off. Unless it's the letter from the producers live, where that one woman handles both of them and it's just like, I got this. And is made to say things like Alice is people's waifu with a straight face. So while I have no doubt that it's a very difficult thing to do, I think there are people that can clearly do it for more than 20 minutes. But I have no doubt at all that it is extremely difficult. No doubt. Or maybe, was she having trouble because Krisu's name came up? Dr. Leskinen said he saw she was having trouble and cut himself off. I'm sorry, Ms. Makase focused on the pattern of electrical signals going in and out of the hippocampal gyrus. It's so jarring to hear him kind of vaguely speaking English, while I'm reading the lines of her translating his English while she's reading them out in Japanese. It's too much language. The dang line about meeting the parents, yeah. By analyzing the pattern, she was able to get complete data on which memory in the cerebral cortex it corresponded to. This created the basic theory that lets us take the vague analog thing we call memories and turn it into a digital combination of electrical signals. Which we kinda know because this is what we used for the time leap machine, so we kinda knew this already, but you know. The result was our paper, which appeared in Science. And right now, our team is using that theory to create a system to turn a person's memories into digital data. A wave of whispers swept across the theater. Which means we can store and access a human's memories on a computer. The whispers turned into a low roar. I see. So even after her death, Krisu's research is being carried on. Of course, maybe it was natural that it would be. That was the basic theory for time leaping, which I had proved myself, even if I could never prove it to anyone else in the Alpha World line. My memories had been turned into data and stored on a computer. There was no doubt about that. And what Dr. Leskinen was talking about right now was the basic technology required for that process. There are two major projects we're working on right now. One uses the system for medical applications. The slide on the projector changed. This project is a joint effort with the psychology lab. The idea is to use the hippocampal gyrus to put the memories stored on a computer back into the brain. Incredible! Which again, we know, well, to be fair, we didn't get it from the computer well, we did. It still got stored onto a sort of server, but then sent as a blast of sound. Because our brains are basically dial-up modems. That's how it works. Someone who looked like a grad student in the front row shouted, Dr. Leskinen didn't seem particularly put off by the interruption. Maho continued her interpretation.
You don't believe it? I know how you feel.
信じがたいですが、その気持ちは理解できます。
No matter what she said, he clearly said, "You don't believe it? I know how you feel." Will it play that again? I doubt it. Hold on.
こちらは
No, it's only hers. You can't replay his. He definitely said that, though. Incredible, huh? I can understand how you feel. I would feel the same way in your position.
Let me just ask you.
しかし、この研究に私たちは手応え
But
を
we feel this research is making real progress. How wonderful would it be if we could make this work? I wish we could play his back separate. But I get why people wouldn't want that.
老化による
Brain is very much AOL dial-up. Well, yeah, mine's got about the speed. But I'm pretty sure blasting sound in my ear won't make me go, memory is received. But I've never tried either. Sounds like English. Well, he's definitely had some sort of, like, lines. Like, he's definitely saying things along the right line. Like, it sounds like he's saying thing A and she's interpreting it. It makes sense. Won't be able to understand it anyway. Correct, yeah. Like, he's saying the thing. I'm not paying attention to all of it, because once she kicks in, it's, like, hard to focus on both of them. But, like, he's clearly saying something very close to what's written in the text, but it's slightly different because she's interpreting it. One example would be memory problems caused by aging or Alzheimer's. This would be a form of symptomatic therapy. Treatment intended not to cure the cause of disease, but to alleviate its symptoms and relieve pain. Painkillers and fever reducers are examples of symptomatic therapy. Or antacids, per se.
患者の記憶をデータとして
We could automatically back up the patient's memories as data.
Even if a memory is wrong,
記憶が失われたとしても
Even if the patient loses their memories, they could just go to their PC and reinstall them.
we could halt the progress of
それによって
We think this would be a way to stop memory loss.
私たちは
eventually it would be
最終的には
In the end, we hope to make memory data stored on your PC constantly accessible via the hippocampal gyrus.
get the blame where to loss
そうすれば
This would mean that if the brain functionality was lost, for example, if the brain was badly damaged or atrophied,
the system would essentially
reinstall old primal fights.
変わらず脳機能を
Brain functionality could still be maintained.
think of it like an
あた
external
か
hard
も
drive.
外
It
部
would be like a form of external storage. Data storage unit that can be detached from a computer or cell phone, or other electronic device. Some examples include hard drives and flash memory. Strange feeling gripped the hall. Part of it was shock and the feeling that they were witnessing the announcement of an incredible technology. Part of it was skepticism that a system like this could ever actually work. Part of it was revulsion at the idea of playing around with a human brain like that. An excitement born of all these things passed from one member of the crowd to another. Dr. Leskinen raised his hand to encourage questions.
Seeing some of you have questions,
どうやら
It looks like I need to take questions before we move on to the next project.
I'll answer as many as I can. Go ahead.
できる範囲で
I'll answer anything I can. Go ahead.
どうぞ
Many hands were raised. I could tell that there was a wide age range of people interested. Both young and old were raising their hands. Dr. Leskinen pointed to a questioner. This was the first question. Sampling would be required when digitizing analog memories. Does that mean any information would be lost after taking data at regular intervals? The professor nodded as he listened to the question in Japanese and began to respond in English when the speaker finished. Maybe he was able to understand Japanese, if not speak it?
Let me reflect that.
その質問を言い
To put
換
your
え
question another way,
オーケストラの
you're saying that when you're saving a live recording of an orchestra as a WAV file, it's impossible to record everything.
Certainly a concern.
確かに
That's a good question, and it's one of the biggest problems facing our research right now.
Now, if the intercerebral network
脳内のネットワーク
If the network within our brain consisted simply of neurotransmitters turning off on and off, that is, exchanging binary data, the problem would be simple.
after all, that's
それは
That would be the exact same thing as the computer's digital data.
intercerebral
しかし実際
But
に
we
は
know that neurotransmitters and electrical signals form an analog network within the brain.
so at present, the best
この問題に
The only way we have to deal with this problem right now is to sample at a higher rate.
in musical teams you could
音
say
楽の話で
To continue our music example, instead of sampling at 44.1 kilohertz, we'd sample at 48 kilohertz, and instead of 48, we'd use 96.
it's still digital data, of course.
それによって
This allows us to recreate something very close to the original analog data digitally.
情報を得ようと
Little by little, the mood of the room was turning to disappointment. People were beginning to wonder if this was just a pretty theory that wouldn't work in reality. More questions came. All of the questioners were skeptical of the professor's theory, and many of them seemed to be outright challenging it, which again, Ocarine clearly at this rate knows that this is possible because he's lived it. I started to get upset. This was Dr. Leskinen's research, but it was also Krisu's. I knew better than as I was saying, I knew better than anyone that it worked, and the sight of so many people refusing to give it a chance irritated me. Were these people really scientists? Tried to keep myself under control and looked back towards the podium. Was she mad? She certainly looked disappointed. Dr. Leskinen was very polite with the rude questioners, acknowledging the problems with the theory. She was very different. Her anger was starting to seep into her interpreting, too. I felt a kinship with her. The question and answer session continued. From a medical standpoint, this is just reckless. It's absolutely impossible to rewrite digital data back into the brain. It's insane. I read the essay in Science, and I have to say, I don't believe it. Especially since the lead author was a 17-year-old girl. That was the one thing I couldn't ignore. Listen. Objection! Okabe should never go to seminars. He clearly always has something like this happen. What? The two people on the stage and the entire audience all turned towards me at once. How do you know it won't work when you haven't even tried? You can see him with the papers in his hand, clearly. The world's full of technologies that people never thought would work. But they exist now because people overcame those problems. Criticism alone doesn't help anything. The whole theater went silent, but I didn't regret standing up. You. On the stage, Maho Hyajo was staring at me in shock. And as for Dr. Leskinen, I saw a flash of white teeth as our eyes met.
He's really something.
Awesome! He's really something! We could replay that one, though.
Awesome. He's really something.
Mm-hmm. I like the one-person clapping sound file, though. That's just... He started to applaud. Huh? Why was he applauding? That just makes things embarrassing. Awesome. He's really something, the professor says. Maho translated the professor's words for me to hear.
Nonetheless, a scientist must always remain
But a scientist must remain calm at all times. Yeah, that's something he's not great at.
the only time when it is possible to shut
The only time when you're allowed to yell is when an experiment succeeds and you say,
We did it.
"We did it." The sound of one hand clapping may be very quiet, but the sound of one hand slapping, much louder.
and that should be enough.
That's all you need, he says. I'm sorry. I lowered my head and sat down. I thought I was calm, but I guess I let my emotions get away from me. I hadn't grown up at all in the past 6 months. If Krisu were here, she'd make fun of me again. Maybe I thought it was just 4 months. Maybe it was closer to 6. I thought it was 4, though. It's July 28th. Yeah. I could feel the rest of the audience staring at me coldly. It hurt. If I could have left, I would have wanted to, but I was too interested in hearing the rest of Dr. Leskinen's talk to move.
Anyway, moving on.
Alright, everyone, moving on.
Oh, first, a round of applause, please.
But first, how about a round of applause for a brave audience member? He's trying to kill him with cringe right now. Oh no, please, no.
Men like him are what drives scientific progress.
Challengers like him are the ones who advance science and come up with the really amazing theories.
He may even become the third Einstein.
He may be capable of becoming the third Einstein. Albert Einstein, 1879 to 1955, a German Jew known as the father of modern physics. He developed many important theories, including the theory of general relativity and the theory of spatial relativity, winner of the 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics.
The second Einstein, of course, would be
By the way, the second Einstein is my little assistant here. Stop messing around, Professor. Being talked clearly, yeah. The audience chuckled. Sheesh. Now then, I'm going to take a break from interpreting. The next interpreter is far better than I am. This is our second project, and the one we're putting most of our efforts towards. The Amadeus system. When she finished speaking, Maho walked to the back of the stage. At Dr. Leskinen's signal, the PC screen was displayed on the projector, and then I heard a voice. Nice to meet you, everyone. Maho, question mark? The murmuring got louder than before, but it felt more uncertain than surprised. On the screen, I could see a detailed 3D model of Maho, the girl who'd just been interpreting. By the way, this model was made by the famous DrinkWorks Studios. You've probably seen their movies. Keeping it subtle. Keeping it real subtle. An American CG movie production company. Could be anything. We're just going to assume that's not referencing any real-world thing and just move on, right? Are you saying that it's the same company that brought us Shrek? Maho Hyacho claimed in front of the back of the stage, or chimed in. The voice was done by a Japanese company, Gigamana, using my voice samples. Again. We're just gonna assume. See, it listed as a fictional company, so you know it's not real. The tips section would never lie to us. An instrument maker that was founded in the 19th century. In the 2000s, they began to develop and sell artificial voice software in DTM, desktop music, software for PCs. Shrek, yeah, you're right, sorry. This was CG? Sure looked real to me. The professor said something into the laptop's microphone, and then the 3D model of Maho Hyacho on the screen opened its mouth. I am Maho Hyacho. To be precise, I'm a being based on the Maho Hyacho who existed 78 hours and 22 minutes ago. If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear something slightly off, but it sounded far more human than any artificial voice I'd ever heard. I've been listening to your questions, and I was wondering why the professor didn't introduce me earlier. I thought for a while that the professor has a bit of a mean streak in him, or a flair for the dramatic, as all scientists clearly do. All scientists obviously have a flair for the dramatic. Shrek doesn't exist. Yeah, Shrek. You've got that right. The Maho Hyacho on the screen spoke with a slightly irritated expression, and the Maho Hyacho by the wall nodded in agreement. Dr. Leskinen simply smiled. What was going on here? What part of this was their biggest project? The rest of the audience didn't seem to have any more of a clue than I did. Many of you were wondering whether it's possible to extract a human's memories as data, save them, and use them. You're wondering if that's really something we can do. So I'll put the question to you. If not, what am I? I am based off of data that was extracted from Maho Hyacho's brain 78 hours and 23 minutes ago. What did she just say? The professor said something else in rapid English and asked the Maho on the screen to translate it. But she, if she was the right word, hesitated and went silent. I looked at the real Maho and she was responding exactly the same way. Professor, is it alright if... Professor, is it alright if I report that sexual harassment to the university? Of course. Yes, Shrek only exists at Steins Gate, correct. Dr. Leskinen laughed cheerfully and responded to her. The conversation was in quick English, and over half the audience couldn't understand it. The real Maho sighed and took back the microphone. Well, the professor, he told the Amadeus system, which is based off of my memories, to answer a question. It was, stuff like how old I was when I stopped taking baths with my dad, or when did I first fall in love. He said any of those questions should be answerable. Oh jeez, you don't have to translate anymore. Please stop that, it's embarrassing. I'm not answering any questions like that. The professor said something else, and the Maho on the screen groaned and turned away. I'm definitely not telling you my credit card number. And I don't even remember what kind of pajamas I was wearing a week ago. What was this? It was so natural I couldn't tell at first, but this was something unbelievable, wasn't it? It felt very different than a typical AI, I could tell that much. It wasn't answering the questions it was given, and because they were embarrassing, was it programmed to respond like that to a certain question for the purpose of this demonstration? It's possible that's all it was, but if that conversation wasn't programmed in advance, the rest of the crowd seemed to reach the same conclusion I did, and the whispers started to turn to surprise. Listen, can you do something about this little troublemaker? I know what he's trying to do, but it's embarrassing. The copy of Maho was complaining to the original. It felt like I was watching a pair of twin sisters talking. Well, since the little troublemaker, that is, Dr. Leskinen, is having too much fun to explain what's going on here, I will. Maho walked back to the professor. I think everyone's already figured it out, but Amadeus is deciding on its own what it can and can't talk about, and what it does and doesn't want to talk about. We haven't programmed any of this into her at all. I knew it. It's using the memories we gave it to make its own autonomous decisions. Excuse me. The Maho on screen suddenly took over for her. And there's another thing, which is the exact opposite of the medical applications we discussed. The research team spends a lot of time arguing about this, but I eventually forget about unnecessary information. Or rather, I become unable to access those memories, just like all of you. For example, the color of the pajamas I wore a week ago. There's no reason I shouldn't know this, but right now I can't remember it. That's because this information isn't necessary to my survival. Same goes for all of you. So as you can see, Amadeus' memory inputs and outputs are very similar to a human's. This result surprised us too, and we're currently researching it, but we still don't know exactly how it works. As Maho finished up, Dr. Leskinen took the microphone back. She resumed interpreting as he continued the lecture. However, what really another thing that surprised us is that Amadeus is capable of deliberate lies. By deliberate, I mean it lies of its own free will, not as a result of any programming error. Lies are one method that humans use to communicate with one another. And just like a human, Amadeus can use its memories to decide if lying would be best. If so, it will lie without hesitation. Don't tell them that, Professor. I can't lie without hesitation. I have a conscience, you know. I'm so sorry, and... Dr. Leskinen cut off. He seems to be hesitating. Maho didn't seem especially surprised by this. Maybe she knew the reason. But the moment passed and the professor continued, and Maho translated his words like there was nothing shocking about them at all. As we continue our research, we eventually believe that it may be possible to give Amadeus a soul, just like a living human's. I was stunned. A soul? Should one of the leading brain scientists in the world really be using a word with such a vague definition? The word, this would mean the creation of artificial intelligence in the true sense. The whole hall got very quiet. And it was sheer chaos for a while after that, as everyone tried to debate their own personal theories with Dr. Leskinen at once. A bunch of angry scientists, a bunch of Okabes, all at the same time, trying to convince somebody of something. It was thanks to Izaki that I was able to get into the reception held after the ATF was over. They told me there was a dress code, so I went all the way back to my parents' house to get a suit to change into. At first, all that effort paid off, as Izaki introduced me to some of the country's top researchers. Raiken, JAXA, IMS, now I know JAXA, a lab at the High Energy Accelerator Research Organization, KIC, located in Tsukuba, Ibaraki. It primarily works in using electron accelerators to investigate the structures and properties of matter. Japan Aerospace and Exploration Agency, the National Aerospace Agency of Japan, an independent administrative agency formed in October 2003 by uniting the Institute of Space and Aeronautical Sciences, National Aerospace Laboratory, and the National Space Development Agency. It primarily does space and aeronautical research. Its headquarters is located at the Aerospace Center in Chofu, Tokyo, and has other space centers and observatories located all throughout the country, such as Usuda in Nagano, Tsukuda in Ibaraki, and Sagamihara in Kanagawa. It also has Japan's only 2 rocket launch pads, located in Uchinora and Tanegashima in Kagoshima. As of March 2010, it employs around 1,500 people. The one thing, yeah, true, they weren't in any way, which is pretty cool. Oh, I did miss it. Yeah, whatever. The Institute of Physical and Chemical Research, founded in 1917, it is Japan's only general natural science institute. Researchers at Raiken covers a variety of fields like physics, engineering, chemistry, computational science, biology, and medicine. Its base is located in Wako City, Saitama. There are also labs in Hyogo, Kanagawa, and other locations in Japan. Raiken also has research centers in America, England, and other countries. Cool. Oh, but before long, Izaki ran off to suck up to some university professor, and I was left completely abandoned. Oh, okay, so... It scrolls up way faster than it scrolls down. Oh, I can use the right stick. Cool. I can't believe you got to go to a fancy party. Die in a fire, Mr. Fancy Pants. There's nobody to talk to and on board. You could have helped too, you know? All the food here looks so good. How should we respond to good old Daru food? It's so mean. Bring me back a doggy bag. Hell no, I can't do that. You can do what you set your mind to. There's no limit but the vast blue sky. I can come get it right now if you want me to. Are you that hungry? Fine, okay, I'll get you something. But I refuse. I love the stickers, by the way. I love the stickers. Perfection. My own personal target, Dr. Leskinen, was surrounded by a bunch of famous scientists. It didn't feel like a mere student would be welcome. And so all I did was stand around and eat from the buffet by the wall. To be honest, I couldn't tell if the food was any good or not. Whenever my glass got empty, a smiling waiter was always around to fill it up again, and so I found myself drinking more than I intended. My stomach was already so full it hurt. The whole place felt like it was in another world.
やっぱり
Yes, correct. I'm really not cut out for this. At the exact moment I spoke, I heard a girl next to me say the exact same thing. Surprised, I looked over at her. Our eyes met.
あらあなた
Oh, you. What was a middle school girl doing here? And then a moment later I realized it was Maho Yacho. It took him a moment. I guess he's been drinking. She was wearing the exact same outfit she'd been wearing during the lecture. A lab coat in a place like this? That's just what the old me would have done.
と
Let me see, Maho's clearly out of place. Why? Because she was still wearing her lab coat. Why are you wearing a lab coat? I couldn't help but ask. I was sure I'd brought some real clothes. She was sure she had, but she hadn't. And that's why she was standing in the corner, trying not to attract attention.
あなた
You're the guy who was at the desk this afternoon. I'm Rintaro Okabe. I'm a student at Tokyo Denkei University, in Professor Izaki's class. I handed her one of the business cards that I'd thrown together after Izaki told me I needed them. She grabbed one of her own out of a stack and carelessly put it in my hands.
いいわ
It's fine, no need to be so polite. That was a huge help.
珍しい名
My
前で
name's
しょ
pretty rare, isn't it? Huh? Oh yeah. You said nobody could read it. I looked at the card and saw that the pronunciation of her name was written in unusually large letters. Probably because of how people kept screwing it up.
沖縄ではよく
It's a common name in Okinawa, though. You're from Okinawa?
曽祖父と曽
My
祖母
great-grandmother and great-grandfather were immigrants. I was born and raised in America. Half? No, you don't look half Japanese. Quarter Japanese?
外れ
Nope. My grandpa, grandma, mom, and dad were all Japanese. My DNA is purely Japanese. Deoxyribonucleic acid, commonly called genes. It is structured like a double helix and consists of 4 bases: adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine, all of which are paired off with one another. The nature of these base pairings determines the genetic information of a creature and the number of base varieties by species. In the case of humans, that number is 3.1 billion, not 3.
DNA は生粋のジャパニーズ
Slightly more than 3. Huh? 3, yep. And then the conversation stopped. I'm a terrible conversationalist, honestly. We know. There are 3 genomes. The old me would have gone full Chinibio and started ranting about conspiracies and magic powers, whether the other person cared or not, but you can't really call that a conversation. Literally 8th grader's disease. This term refers to the slightly unusual actions and speech patterns commonly used by Japanese boys undergoing puberty. It can also be used as a pejorative term towards people who left puberty a long time ago, but still say highly embarrassing things as if they were still kids. Chinubio refers to someone who performs antisocial, misanthropic, or delusional actions, or makes statements in an attempt to make themselves seem like a grown-up. While the speaker may think that they're really cool from the perspective of an adult, they look ridiculous. Chinubio can be broken down further into categories, one of which is the Evil Eye Chinubio, who seems convinced that he has a special anime power or backstory. For example, an evil eye that gives him magical abilities. Strictly speaking, Okurin falls into this category. Yup. I had no idea what to say to someone I'd never met before. I'd been working at becoming a real adult, even buying and studying men's magazines, but none of it really helped. Without anything to talk about, I looked over to Dr. Leskinen. He seemed to be giving a lecture on neurons to a bunch of scientists. I'm sorry about today. Huh? Sorry for what? No, for interrupting your lecture.
あああれね
No, that. Don't worry about
あ
it.
なたが声を上げな
If you hadn't spoken up, I probably would have. I can't stand people like that. Study a men's magazine. You're already seeing Okurin legitimately apologize for interrupting a seminar. That's a thing. You sure that would have been a good idea? You heard what the professor said. A scientist should remain calm at all times.
今のは科学者としての
I'm not speaking as a scientist right now, so it's
だから
fine.
構わないよ
Character development. Must have really ticked her off, because she grabbed a cocktail from a passing waiter and gulped it down. Whew. Her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink for an instant, but no longer. She might have a high alcohol tolerance.
だけど
But you're right. Really? Sorry.
ああいう批判は
Criticisms like that, they aren't very nice, but they're true.
私たちの研究
A lot of our research still has a long way to go. Really?
取り組まなくてはいけない
There's a lot of problems we still have to deal with, more than we discussed at the lecture.
例えば
Here's an example. We can write memory data back into the brain, but if the brain can't use it, then it's useless.
記憶があっても
The memories are there, but you can't get to them. It's basically the same as
記憶
amnesia.
喪失の脳と
As Maho spoke, I remembered. I remembered all the lectures and theories that Krisu had given me when she was making the time leap machine. If I remember right, when people try to access their memories, the signal goes from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe, right? Part of the cerebellum located at the front of the brain. It controls, that's the frontal lobes at the front of the brain, controls thought, will, action, movement, creativity, and more. The frontal lobe can be further divided by location into the prefrontal cortex, motor cortex, and premotor cortex. Yeah, you know, that's all it took. Yep, top-down memory search signals. Nerve signals in the cerebrum that are sent from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe during memory retrieval. So then, it's time to take a sip because my mouth is dry. So then... And then I started to talk, remembering what Krisu had told me about her theories as I went. When I used specialized terminology whose meanings I barely remembered, Maho would tell me what they were. And so finally, in the process of writing these memories back to the temporal lobes, if you send this pseudopulse you copied along with them to the frontal lobe, the memory search signal will function properly, I think. Did you figure that out for yourself? Yes, I'm a genius mad scientist, clearly. What? No. Maho looked back at the business card I'd given her. Your major isn't brain science, so someone told you this, or did you read it in a paper? No, that's impossible. She wouldn't have put it into a paper yet. Did I say something wrong? No, that's not it. One of the researchers at the lab said the exact same thing. None of the other staff believed her, but she said she was sure she could prove it. In the end, she left us before she could get to the test stage. That's... Should I tell her? Should I tell her about me and Krisu? In this world line, there's almost no connection between me and Krisu. What is it? I made up my mind. I wanted to follow my dreams, I needed to act. Actually, it was Krisu who told me about this theory. What? What did you just say? Krisu Makise told me about it. Krisu told you? When? Why? When she was over here as an exchange student, we became friends and she talked to me about this stuff. Of course, that was a lie. Krisu and I became friends in the Alpha World line, not this one. But a small lie like this was probably okay. I see, so Krisu... Thank you, I mean it. The words surprised me. That was the one thing I didn't expect to hear. For what? For being her friend. She came to Japan all alone. I mean, I'm sure she would have been bored studying all by herself. All we ever did was fight, though. That sounds like her. She never gave in, did she? Never. She'd argue for hours. Yeah. She'd tell me all the time about how she was going to give me a lobotomy and rip out my frontal lobe. A method of treating mental illness by performing surgery on the brain. A small hole is opened in the skull and a long knife is used to remove the frontal lobe. In some cases, this was sufficient to cure the illness, and the inventor was even given the Nobel Prize for his work. However, due to the serious psychological side effects and damage to the personality caused by the loss of the frontal lobe, lobotomies were banned worldwide in the 1970s. Only the 70s? I absolutely would have expected way earlier than that, but like... Yeah. Bad times. Bad times. Preferably without a spoon, yeah. What? She wouldn't. I could see Krisu saying that. Right? You need to discipline your researchers better. I'll admit that much, sorry. Huh? She smiled, or so I thought, and then all of a sudden she started to cry. What's wrong? I didn't have any better ideas, so I grabbed my handkerchief. Huh? Huh? She didn't seem to know why she was crying herself, and neither did I. Had I said something during the conversation that set her off? Yeah, it's a shame that it stuck around. Yeah, it's not something I've read into with any amount, but like, I'm sure it's not a good, happy read. Informative, probably not happy. Are you okay? I'm fine, sorry. She didn't take my handkerchief. Instead, she took a tissue out of her pocket and wiped her eyes. My brave third Einstein. What? I turned around and saw Dr. Leskinen smiling and quickly striding towards me. He grabbed my hand as he got closer. The handshake was incredibly forceful. and his hands were as big as a bear's paws. No, not just his hands. Standing in front of me, he looked even bigger than he had during the lecture. I'm pretty tall, but he was at least a head taller than me. Professor, Uh-oh, it was all so sudden that I couldn't even think of an introduction. And wait, did he just speak in Japanese? Still, I don't approve of you making my assistant cry. Oh, no, this is... Yeah, he does have really defined lines, doesn't he? No, Professor, it wasn't his fault. He had nothing to do with it. It's like everyone else in this game is very rounded, and he's very, like, cut from stone. Maho and I both denied it as much as we could. But I didn't know why Maho was crying, so I couldn't come up with an excuse. I just started to panic even more. Stupid hiccups tonight. So basically, Krisu. I was talking with him about Krisu and I just started crying. Krisu? You're a friend of Krisu's? Yes. This is Rintaro Okabe. He's a student. Maho introduced me. Let's get one more of those. Dr. Leskinen had a gentle expression on his face as he gave me a slow hug. I felt like I was going to suffocate in his massive arms. Somehow I could tell that it was his way of remembering Krisu. I see. If that's the case, then Maho. Yes? Why not introduce her to Mr. Okabe? You can't mean Amadeus. It was good luck that brought him to us here, wasn't it? While we're in Japan, you can have him be a tester. Are you serious? You can't just let an outsider... If he's a friend of Krisu's, he's no outsider, correct? But, sir... What were they talking about? I had no idea, but this was my chance to build a relationship with Dr. Leskinen. I didn't want to blow it. I'd love to help. Nice! He patted me on the shoulders and smiled. It was an innocent smile, like a child's. Okay then, ask Maho for the details. Thanks. Another scientist was calling him, so he wandered away. Maho was shaking her head in disbelief. What's he talking about? Meeting Amadeus? Being a tester? The demonstration of Amadeus we did during the convention used my memories, but Amadeus also has another researcher's memories saved as data. Another researcher's memories? What did that mean? When I finally figured it out from Dr. Leskinen and Maho's conversation, my heart started pounding. You can't mean... her? Yeah. Krisu Makuse's memories are stored in Amadeus. They're 8 months old, though. So yeah. Already better than Michi. Several days passed after the ATF party. 10 minutes from Ikebukuro via the express train. And then 10 minutes by bus from a station called Wako City in Saitama. We also haven't saved at all. Let's just get a save in here. The office I was looking for was on the 2nd floor of the building right next to Riken. Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization Japanese Office Prep Room. All caps. That was what the plate on the door said. To get in, you needed 3 types of special keys plus a security card. What is this place? The plan is for brain scientists from all around the world to work together to make a new organization. Our lab is leading the way. She led me inside. Oh, the office must have been newly rented. Most of the desks were still empty, showing no signs of ever having been used. Who wants to chat? Ah, the greatest. The mysterious Suketos have at last appeared in Akihabara. Nya. Which sticker do we respond with? Which sticker, Ramen? Which sticker? Clearly an important question. This is the most important question we've been faced with so far because it's sticker related and it's Ferris. That's double important. We've got Confused Okabe, we have Garo Froggy, and we have Shocked Upa. It's just the most important of questions here. I'm still surprised Garo Froggies have stuck around. May as well go... You know what? I'm gonna go Garo Froggy. Why not? Ocarine, do you... Another Garo Froggy. I see. Some you know about it too, Ocarine. Then there's no turning back now, nya? Garo Fraki. Then I will say no more, Nya. Together we shall ascend to these highest heights, Nya. That's how conversations go, yep. There wasn't even a whiteboard, which made the room look even more empty. There wasn't a lot of natural light. Maybe the windows were on the north side? The only illumination was from the overhead fluorescent lights. The room felt very cold. Fluorescent lights will do that. This is just the prep room. Yeah, the stickers are good. No one was sitting at any of the desks, but 2 of them had stuff on them. Well, they couldn't do it in notes, because you know damn well Frau would program in her own lewd ones. One of them was a mess, filled with notes, calculators, coffee cups, and supplement bottles. That was the one Maho sat down at. Which meant that the one that was neatly organized must belong to Dr. Leskinen, right? That's exactly why. Where's the professor? Off today. Well, it was Sunday. Are you off today too? Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to sleep past noon. That's true. When I'd gone to pick her up from her hotel in Wako City, she'd come out of the room half asleep. This was the day that I was to meet Amadeus Krisu. Maho had gone over the basics of being a tester on the way here. Essentially, Amadeus needed sample data for conversations, and they were going to give me an environment where I could talk to it at any time 24 hours a day. She didn't give me any details beyond that, though. So I'll be able to talk to Amadeus Krisu 24 hours a day, huh? Is Krisu's Amadeus here? Yeah. Maho nodded and gave me a glance. You just said she, didn't you? Huh? Yeah. You two were a lot closer than I thought, weren't you? Maybe my silence was an answer in itself. Maho's response was uncharacteristically hesitant. We had another. Okabe, may I have a moment of your time? Not today. I'm meeting someone right now. Is it important? None of those are... We can't do not today. That's too rude. Is it important? You know, no matter what, whether it's important or not, you know she's going to be like, no. So I'm going to say that one. Shock! A girl? Huh? Why? No, I just got that feeling somehow. But he's a guy. Oh, I see. That's right. Yes. That's right. Yes. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Thanks, Okabe. Thanks. Then maybe you shouldn't meet her after all. Why? The closer you are to someone, the crueler that system is. I'm okay. Fine, I won't bring it up again, but just remember one thing. These memories are from March, the last time Krisu did an update. So anything you say about what happened after March, for example, when she was in Japan, she won't remember. That's right, isn't it? And the professor and I have run our program a lot of times between March and today. Each time Krisu, the Amadeus Krisu, has created memories the original never had. Stories we've told her, information she's found on the internet, new people she's talked to, things like that. In other words, what you're about to meet isn't Krisu Mikase, your friend. It's one of the problems with the system. It causes a lot of confusion with the people on this side, I mean us humans. Because you'll think you're talking to the real Krisu. So don't get reality and fantasy mixed up, I guess. Our brains have trouble keeping up with the fact that our memories aren't shared with them. Memories that aren't shared. Now there's a feeling I know well. Reading Steiner, it was a power only I possessed, which made my memories different than those of the people around me. Take me to her. Maho gave me a slight nod. This way. She led me to the back of the room. It was a booth, separated by a thick partition. To get inside the booth, you needed a different card key than the ones used to get into the room, as well as a security code. You're pretty strict about security. Industrial spies are our biggest threat these days. She entered the security code and unlocked the door. Go inside. The room was about 2.5 meters per side. At one end was a white desk, and above it was a PC with a built-in 30-inch screen monitor. Sit just behind me. There was a small sofa that let you sit behind the user and see what was happening on the screen. I sat there. Maho powered on the PC and began to type. A second later, the words Amadeus System appeared on screen. I saw her put in the ID in. Salieri. Salieri? Antonio Salieri, 1750 to 1825, an Italian composer who lived at the same time as Mozart. He was court composer at Vienna for many years and trained such famous composers as Beethoven, Schubert, and Liszt. Salieri and Amadeus, huh? Amadeus is Latin for beloved of God and the middle name of the Austrian composer Mozart. There's also a play and movie about Mozart of the same name. Good movie, we watched in music class a few times. Was there some meaning to that? Come to think of it, in the famous movie Amadeus, there was a character who was spiteful and jealous of Mozart's incredible talents, but who, in the bottom of his heart, admired him more than anyone else. That character's name was Salieri. Don't look at the password. Maho moved her body to hide her hands. I looked away. She finished logging into the system and a simple bare command prompt appeared on screen. Are you ready? Yeah, do it. Maho entered several commands at the prompt. Sorry, I can't show you this. Well, I wouldn't be able to make any sense of it. Still, you know how it is. She turned off the monitor. Then she spun around to face me. I suddenly realized I was clenching my fists. How long had I been doing that? My hands were sweaty, and there was a red spot at the base of my thumb where my nails had dug in. Was I more nervous than I realized? What is it? Oh, just, I'm starting to get a little scared. There's still time. You can just leave now. You're pretty mean. Really? I'm worried about you. Then act like it. Seriously, you, Krisu, you lab girls. For a second, the old joking me was about to come back. I quickly changed the subject. People who spend all their time doing experiments can be so rude. That's a clear case of slander. I can sue you for defamation if I want. Stop, you're scaring me. I know a good lawyer. Want me to introduce you? How about you stop suing me first? If you want to talk about settlement, you're going to need a lot of cash. I'll buy you a Dr. P later. Abbreviation for a type of carbonated beverages first served in America during the 1800s. At present, it's only available in eastern Japan and some other small areas. It has a very unique taste, and its secret recipe is a combination of over 20 flavors. You're so cheap. I heard a small sound from the back of her throat. I guess she was laughing. Normally I'd find that irritating, but strangely, coming from the girl in front of me, no, she was a grown woman actually, I didn't. Maho Hyajo was very strong-willed, with the prickliness and short temper unique to scientists. She always seemed to be a little upset about something. But maybe she wasn't that bad. Oh, I see. She, Maho, she's a lot like Krisu. When I first met Krisu, she was like that. Arrogant, rude, never willing to change her mind, stubborn, hard-headed, and always ready to confront you with raised eyebrows whenever you said something she didn't like. I truly thought I'd never seen a more unlikable woman. But despite my first impressions on the inside, she turned out to be fragile, easily hurt, and so kind and so lovable. What's so funny, Maho? I suddenly heard a girl's voice from the speaker. Oh, I found myself jumping off the sofa. I knew that voice. I couldn't forget it. I could never. Maho turned on the monitor. The girl I'd never forgotten appeared on the screen. Maybe it was based off her appearance at the brain science lab, because she was wearing a white lab coat. The PC's camera turned towards me on its own. Who is this? That is definitely supposed to be a Logitech camera, but I can't make out what the fake name is. But it's clearly supposed to be a Logitech camera. Maho was introducing me, but I didn't hear anything she was saying. I simply stared, entranced. Clearly magic. I wanted to reach out my hands. I wanted to touch her. She was right there. Nice to meet you, Rintaro Okabe. I am Krisu Makise. I look forward to working with you. And we get the OP. I'm not going to talk through it because I think I'm going to have to mute this for YouTube anyway, so we'll let it play. Yeah, and we got the OP. Definitely don't have that as part of my work mix at all. Definitely not. Good stuff. Oh no. Gameplay recording paused. Whatever shall we do? Are they gonna block the rest of the game? Like, is it straight up just gonna block everything but, like, the first chapter? Stream ruined. Yeah, no, totally. Alright, Mr. Okabe. It's even weirder that it starts after the opening. They usually block the opening of anything. Whatever. Bring that volume back down to where it was. Alright, Mr. Okabe, try to relax. My voice is a bridge guiding you down into the past. You're going down and down and down, and then you'll see a gentle colored light. I was dreaming, daydreaming. I was aware that I was lying on a big sofa, undergoing counseling. I tried my best to stay calm and imagine what the psychologist was telling me. What color is the light? Heh. Red. Red, I see. The person you care about is standing in the light. Are they your family? No. Then your friend, or perhaps lover. Lover, no, not my lover. Not even my friend. Then what are they? She and I are... Memories came flooding back into my mind like a geyser. Could you come with me for a moment? What? Mayuri Shina is not needed. Tell me. I know you use the time leap machine. Save Mayuri. Go to the Beta World Line, the world where Mayuri doesn't die. Not just for your sake, but for mine as well. Will you remember me? Then lots of red. Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Mr. Okabe. I killed her. It was me. It was me. Listen to me. I'm going to pat you on your shoulders. When I do, you'll be fully awake. 3, 2, 1, now. That's a loud sound. Then I felt an impact on my shoulder. Krisu's suffering face disappeared instantly, and I could feel my consciousness awakening. It may be having him relive these memories isn't super helpful in the general sense of things. I stood up off the sofa, though good on him for going to therapy. I feel dizzy and almost fell over. Are you alright? Rest a minute, I'll bring you a towel right now. The psychologist left the room. I realized I was soaked in sweat. The air conditioner was working, so I could tell it wasn't from the heat. It was the first time I tried hypnotherapy at a mental health clinic. Method of therapy where the patient is placed in a hypnotic state and the therapist acts directly on their subconscious mind to remove the psychological traumas that led to the mental illness. In Japan, there's no government certification system for hypnotherapy, but therapeutic associations do offer their own certifications. Certified hypnotherapists are sometimes called hypnosis technicians. My body felt strangely heavy. When I got outside, it was night. It was almost December, and the wind was cold. Oh yeah, he just admitted to it, so officer enters and like, he's in cuffs. How was it, Ocarine? Mayuri Shina asked me gently. Mayuri was a high school student and my childhood friend. She'd come with me to counseling today. I told her I didn't need her to, but she left school early to come. All I ever did was make her worry. Around 3 months ago, my one obsession had been saving her. To me, she had always been someone I had to protect. And now she was worried about me. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation that I tried counseling. Again, Mayuri, top tier. Got a sec, Uncle Ocarine? Krisu, I don't know what that says. Okay, or confused Mayuri. I don't know what that says, but it's got an exclamation point and she looks determined, so it's something. Go with okay. Listen, what do you think I should do about Mom and Dad? What do you mean? I just can't see them getting together like this. Well, you're right. Uncle Ocarine, is there anything you can do? You know there's nothing I can do to help with that. You're right, yeah. It kinda hurts that you've just given up that easily. Doesn't seem to be your kind of thing, Uncle. Okay, wait, no, can't. It's not that bad, they said. I told her a small lie to make her feel better. Can't imagine what the doctor said when he came back in. Actually, they told me I'd suffered serious trauma. No shit. Guys getting paid the big bucks for that type of revelation. Mm-hmm. They'd stopped the hypnotherapy and given me a course of counseling and drugs. Now they wanted to wait to see the results. Basically, they decided there was nothing to do but to treat my symptoms and wait for it to heal naturally. I couldn't tell if what Maho had shown me yesterday was having an effect. I underwent treatment without telling the psychologist about the time machine, or the world lines, or most of the things that had happened. So maybe there's no way for them to make a proper diagnosis. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you could tell them all that. In any event, I decided not to think too much about the results. Hey, Mayuri, you haven't eaten yet, right? Want to go get some food? I'll treat you. We screwed up people. Yeah, I mean, doctor's like, I got nothing else. That's all we got. Oh, can we go to Akihabara then? Luca and Ferris said they haven't seen you in forever and they want to meet up. Akihabara, huh? The clinic was in walking distance of my house. Akihabara was much further away. But even so, I couldn't turn down Mayuri's request. Ah, a familiar sight. Till the events of this summer, I had gone almost every day. In fact, I'd practically lived there. Lately, I only went 3 times a week, at the absolute most. And then only to go shopping on the way home from school. We went out into the plaza in front of the station. Just like in Ikebukuro, even though it was only a month until Christmas, there were barely any decorations. I was sure the whole place would be covered in them by the minute it was December 1st. Eventually, I was sure to see maids in Santa outfits. Maids in Santa outfits, passing out flyers in Akihabara, huh? Akihabara could be really weird. Oh, it's Ferris and Luca. Tutu. Yeah, you gotta love Ferris's winter outfit. Meow, Kyoma. Giant paw mittens, cause of course. And of course the hood's got ears on it too. Okabe, Mayuri. Ferris and Luca must have been waiting. They ran over as soon as they saw us. And she somehow found like a winter outfit that still looks like a maid's outfit. I missed you, Nya. Ferris Nyanyan jumped at me without the slightest hesitation. She was a maid, and Ferris wasn't her real name. I knew her real name, but I didn't call her Ferris at all times. But if I didn't call her Ferris at all times, even when she wasn't working, she'd get mad at me. She was wearing the same outfit she'd always wore, her work clothes from her job at the maid cafe, May Queen Nyanyan. Was May Queen going to switch to Santa outfits soon? Stop it, everyone's looking at us. I tried to pull Ferris off me, but it wasn't working. Maybe I should just steal the cat ears off her head. Who cares, Nya? All that matters right meow is Ferris and Kyoma. I care, and stop calling me Kyoma. Yeah, why? I've consigned that name to my dark past. Net slang, an embarrassing part of your history that you would rather not talk about, and that you wish was forgotten. Its origin can be found in a certain famous giant robot anime. Meow. That's definitely what she said. Ferris looked upset, but I decided to ignore her. Kyoma Hoyoin was part of a past I'd sealed away. I decided to pretend he never existed. He had meddled with the forbidden invention called the Time Machine, and as a result, the systems that ruled the world had punished him. He dashed the hopes of many, lost the life of someone he cared for, and his heart had suffered grievous wounds. He must never be awakened again. I didn't need him anymore. And what should I call you, Nya? Well, Okabe or something. I think Okarine's a cute name, don't you, Ferris? By the way, Ferris was what Mayuri calls... or Ferris? Does she call it a different name? Yeah. Ferris. It's close. It's what Mayuri called Ferris. She claimed it was easier to pronounce or something like that. Well, if you say so, Mayushi. Still doesn't sound right, though. She looked unsatisfied, but she backed away. Lukako, it's been a while. Yes. Lukiko smiled happily. He always looks as beautiful as a pretty girl. But he's a guy. He was a classmate of Mayuri's and could often be seen helping out at the Yanabayashi Shrine, where his family lived. Shrine on Akihabara, across Mansaibashi Bridge, and then go down the side street. Then go into the bridge there, and you'll see it along the river, home to many stray cats, as well as Luka Urashibara. I probably shouldn't call him Lukiko. Just like I told Ferris not to call me Kyoma. He had his own name, Luka Urashibara. But calling Lukiko Luka after all this time, that'd be really embarrassing. It feels like a very long time. I sometimes go to the lab, but you haven't been there much, have you? No, I haven't. Been busy with school. I had to get ready for ATF too. Even after that was done, I'd been busy with Maho and Dr. Leskinen, and then Amadeus. I hadn't had a chance to rest. But I avoided mentioning that to them. Oh, and I'm in a club now. You joined a club? What kind of club, yeah? UFOs? UMAs? Unidentified mysterious animals, a creature whose existence has not been confirmed by science. Examples include the Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti, or the Japanese Kappa, or Tsukinoko. The word UMA itself was invented by the Japanese, and no one outside of Japan will recognize it. Unidentified flying object, usually used to refer to spacecraft piloted by aliens. The term actually describes any kind of flying object whose nature is unknown. What do you guys think I am? Who do you guys think I am? I guess I hadn't told them then. Mayuri, I'm pretty sure I told her. As the two of them looked at me with wide eyes, I cracked a knowing smile and puffed out my chest. The tennis club! That is the appropriate reaction to that fact, yes. The people around us all turned to stare at Ferris and Luca. Why the tennis club now? Exactly. Okabe, have you ever played tennis? Of course not. I may not look it, but I'm terrible at sports. I'm confident I'd lose to Mayuri at a distance running. Then why, Meow? Well, it's a long story, but the associate professor who's my teacher at school is the tennis club's advisor, and they asked me to join. That's not long at all, yeah. Well, I'm not done yet. That teacher's done a lot for me, so I decided to stop by. You do, yeah, he does. And it turns out I have a talent for tennis. Despite the fact that I'm a beginner, I beat every single one of them. Well, amazing, huh? You really are amazing, Okabe. Haha, if I had known, I would have been a pro tennis player. You could win Wimbledon. What's wrong, Ferris? Do you have a headache? I'm not even sure where to begin. That's the most obvious ploy to get new members that I've ever heard, yeah. Ferris knows. Don't say that. I had kind of noticed, but I'm trying to avoid thinking about it. It's pretty good. It's very good. But they're all... Wait, I missed that. But they're all really good people. So you've been busy practicing with your club then? Oh, no, actually I barely go. Huh? Then just what are you doing? Matchmaking parties and stuff? Their shouts filled the whole street, and once again people turned around to stare. It's not that surprising, is it? I'm a normal college kid. That's true, I'm sorry. But... Luca was fidgeting like he wanted to say something. How can you go after other women when you've got your beautiful Ferris? It's unforgivable, Nya. Don't get the wrong idea, okay? I'm not really interested in girls. In fact, I went along with the rest of the club, but there really wasn't any place for a wannabe normal like myself. People who live satisfying and fulfilled normal lives. Examples are people with lots of friends, or people with girlfriends, or people who spend a lot of time at their school clubs, or who go to parties, or who aren't interested in anime, or who go outside Japan during summer break. There's no way I could keep up with the conversations that the, well, normal normals had. While the other men and women were having fun, I would just kind of sit there. The matchmaking party was a challenge far beyond my capabilities. I wasn't going to tell Ferris and Luca that, though. Aw, that's so nice. Mayushi wants to go to a matchmaking party with Ocarine, too. What? Mayuri wanted to do what? Is she old enough to be interested in that sort of thing? Because that's when everybody gets together and has a fun party, right? Evidently not. Well, it's not wrong, but the nuance is a little different, yeah.
場所はラボでいいかな。
We could hold it at the lab. Of course, Luca and Ferris will come. Oh, and Daru and Nai and Suzu.
あと、
Oh. Mayuri turned to me with a guilty look. Suzu, huh? Suzuha Amane, also known as John Titer, a time traveler from the year 2036. A true warrior who was still fighting even as I was trying my best to give up. I'd barely seen her since summer. I was avoiding her. Part of the reason I'd stopped going to the lab was that she spent all her time there now. Until a month or so ago, just hearing Suzuha's name was enough to cause flashbacks, and it was all I could do to endure them. A symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder. Patients who'd undergone extreme trauma can suddenly, without warning, find themselves reliving the memories of those experiences. Excuse me. Flashbacks can cause symptoms like palpitations and shaking hands and feet. After 3 months, I could finally stand to hear her name. But I didn't think I could keep it together if I met her in person. Of course, it wasn't her fault, and I wasn't blaming her, so I don't want her to blame me. She'd never come out and said it, but when she looked at me with that razor-sharp glint in her eyes, I felt something like guilt. Everyone? Huh?
マユシーね。
Mayushi's been planning an operation with Daru.
オペレーション
An operation? Sounded like something the old me would have done.
っていうと、
Yeah, what kind of operation, yeah?
ね、 すずさんを笑顔に
Operation
しよう
Make Suzu Smile. Huh? Why was Mayuri talking about this out of the blue? No, maybe it wasn't out of the blue. She might have been thinking about it for a long time, so I decided to respond as cheerfully as I could.
聞かせてくれよ。
Tell me about it, Mayuri. Oh. Okay.
ね、
So Mayushi thinks that Suzu's normally kinda scary, but she's actually a really nice
ラ
person.
ボにいるときにね、
Sometimes when I'm in the lab, I'll start to fall asleep on the sofa, and when I wake up, there'll be a blanket over me.
すずさんに聞いて
When I asked Suzu about it, she says she has no idea, but... Oh, I had a similar experience.
以前お父さんに
My dad once asked me to go shopping for him, and I was having trouble on the way back because I had to carry so much.
そうしたら
And then Amane came by, and without saying anything, she took some of the bags from me and carried them.
持ってくる
Huh? I had no idea.
こんなこと当たり前だ
She said that it wasn't a big deal, so I shouldn't tell anyone.
言っちゃいましたけど
Oh, I guess I just did.
そっか。
I see. Huh, haha. The art from the bad end. In the Alpha World line, she was a cheerful girl who smiled at everyone and who loved to go mountain biking. But in this world line, she wasn't the type who smiled a lot. Yeah, that CG. That was partially due to the way she'd grown up. I'd heard about it third hand from Daru, but because of the universal conscription program that started after World War II broke out, she'd been forced to undergo military training ever since she was in middle school. After that, she joined up with the anti-government forces and got caught in a terrible struggle. After that, he said she'd never really smiled.
だからね
So I want Suzu to really
な
smile.
るほどな。
I see.
具体的
So what's her plan, yeah? A Christmas party.
クリスマスパーティー
Yes, a Christmas party. We all spoke in unison.
もうすぐクリスマ
It's
ス
almost Christmas, right? And Suzu says she's never been to a Christmas party.
だからマユシ
So Mayushi wants to give her one as a present.
それをプレゼント
Ferris and Luca nodded at almost the exact same time.
その話
I'm in, yeah?
僕も
Me too. Hey, thanks.
オカリンも
Ocarine, will you come too? Huh? Well,
ダメかな
you don't want to?
俺はともかく。
It's not that, it's just, I don't think Suzuha would really want me there, do you? I was never going back to the past. I still couldn't forget the look on Suzuha's face when I told her that. There was an expression filled with anger and despair. She must have felt like her last, most desperate hope was crumbling away right in front of her eyes. The words she'd said to me then were still sharp thorns lodged in my heart.
鈴葉は
Suzuha doesn't like me, you know.
マユシは
Mayushi doesn't think so.
すずさんはね
I think she probably regrets the fact that she got mad at you.
その気持ちを
I think she just can't say it.
そう
And honestly, Mayushi is realistically the single best person here at reading people and their intentions, so I'd believe her. Really? Yeah, I'm sure of it.
だよ
I couldn't turn her down after Mayuri said that.
わかった。
She is, absolutely. Fine, I'll think about it. Okay. By the way, Okabe, there was a bit of hesitation in Luca's voice.
診察は
How did the doctor's
どうで
appointment
した
go?
か？
Evidently, Luca had heard about my counseling from Mayuri. Maybe he'd wanted to see me because he was worried about how it went. I guess I'm making Luca go and Ferris worry, too. In this world line, they hadn't joined the lab, but even so, they were still dear friends. This term refers to official members of the Future Gadgets Laboratory, and anyone who's been given this designation has free access to the lab. Lab members are given numbers in the order that they joined.
催眠療法というのは
I'd never tried hypnotherapy before. It was
なかなか
interesting.
俺は
Never thought it would work on me, so that was a big surprise.
かかっちゃったんですか？
It worked
見事にな
perfectly. Ah,
そういうルカニャンも
I bet Lucanyan wouldn't last a second.
そんな
Aw, come on. Yeah, I'm sure.
確かに
Luca would believe anything you told him. Anyway, there was no point in standing around forever. I was getting hungry, and it was time to find some place to eat.
な
I like the
お前
skull
たちに何
hairpin
が食べ
too.
たい？
Hey guys, what do you want to eat? My treat. We decided to head towards Yodobashi. There were a lot of restaurants there, so it was perfect. Way to go, Kiyoma. I mean, Ocarine. You're the best, nya.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. What should I eat? Maybe fried chicken. Definitely fried chicken. I think so, yeah. But it's just, I tend to forget about
ジュー
it.
シー唐揚げ？
Juicy fried chicken.
マユシはそれ
That's all Mayashi ever eats, nya. I also like how that isn't her Mayuri's old hat. That's a different big blue hat. It's a different hat. It's her old one. Oh, gonna have to pick that up later. Has like a ruffled edge and it's a lot of glare, but it's got a white ribbon. This new one has no ruffled edge and a red ribbon. So she found another giant blue hat and went, that's the one. It's probably thicker for winter, I'd assume. Just be full of giant hats. Oh, absolutely. All blue. I walked behind the three of them, and I thought to myself, what would it be like if Krisu were here? I tried my hardest for the past few months not to think about her, but was it because of my experience yesterday that I did anyway? The expressions and little mannerisms I'd seen yesterday, the voice, the way she'd walked, I remembered. I remembered my conversation with her.
岡部倫太郎さん。
Hello, Rintaro Okabe. I am
Hajimemashite.
Krisu
マキセ
Makise.
どうぞよろしく。
Nice to meet you. I couldn't respond at all. Something felt slightly off about the way Krisu moved on the screen, but it was really slight. I'd get used to it soon. More importantly, the voice and the way she spoke were exactly like the real Krisu. I almost cried. And it was all I could do to stop from breaking down.
先輩
Maho?
そちらは
It's not the middle of the night, is
ない
it?
ですよね。
The camera on the PC switched from me to Maho.
ええ
No,
違
it
うけ
isn't.
れども
Why?
なぜ？
お二人とも
I was wondering if the two of you were sleepy. Was she talking about the fact that I didn't respond to her introduction?
私はさっきまで寝てい
I
たけれ
wasn't
ど
asleep until just a bit ago, but now I'm 100% awake.
だらしないのは相
I
変わ
see
ら
you're
ず
as lazy as ever, huh?
失礼なことを言わない
Don't be rude.
では先輩
Anyway, can I ask you a question?
ええ
Sure, what's up?
岡部倫太郎さんと
What's your
は
relationship to Rintaro Okabe here?
この前の ATF
He's a student who participated in the last ATF
なか
seminar.
なか研究
He seemed really interested in the research, so I brought him here. Maho decided not to tell Amadeus that I was a friend of Krisu's before she died. Why, I wonder? Did she not want Amadeus to find out? Or was I supposed to tell her myself?
へえ
Huh?
先輩
You must be pretty impressive if you're saying
大
that.
したものですね
The Krisu on the screen turned to me and smiled.
その
Calm down.
岡部さん
So, Okabe, what's your major? Brain science, I assume?
そ
It's...
それ
The
は
words got stuck in my throat. I said calm down. You know this is just a program. Her words, her appearance, even the conversation she's having with you right now, they're all artificial. But even though I knew that, I still couldn't speak. I had no idea what to say. And more than that, the words, nice to meet you, hit me harder than I thought they would. This wasn't the Krisu had spent those 3 weeks with. Maho told me this ahead of time, and I thought I'd understood it, but hearing it for myself hurt more than I imagined. I regretted not taking my anxiety meds, but it was too late now. My heart rate soared and my breathing became irregular. My head was spinning and the corners of my vision were beginning to dim. At some point, my lips had gone totally dry.
どうかしました
Is something wrong, Okabe? And Krisu, in stand brackets, sounded worried. That voice software must be pretty good if it could handle nuances like that. His major isn't brain science, but he's very interested in our research.
そうなんですか。
Is he?
レスキネン教授も気に
Dr.
入ってくれた
Leskinen
い
likes him too. At some point, I plan to make him my assistant.
手入れもしてやろうかと思っている
Okabe is a lab assistant. It's also just a great image. What? My head snapped up in surprise at Maho's bizarre statement. Me? Maho's assistant? Then I'd go to Victor Crondia University.
あら
Oh, you don't like the idea?
お気に召すとか
It's not whether I like it or not.
ま
Well, it was a joke anyway.
冗談
A joke?
もしかして本気
Did you
にした
take it seriously? I did not.
信じちゃいな
I
い
wasn't going to tell her that I almost did.
そう
I see, but if you study really hard, it might not be a joke after all.
仮にそうだとしても
Even if it wasn't, I'd rather be Dr. Leskinen's assistant. This was my way of getting back at her.
教授の助手って
It's harder to be his assistant than you might think. He's really a big kid.
あの方は
As she spoke, she quietly came over next to me and tapped me on the arm a few times. I see, so that was it. She was making a joke to try and calm me down. Sorry. Thanks.
何のことかしら
What are you talking about? I didn't think subtlety was her thing. Maybe I was wrong.
あの
Maho? Excuse me.
ちょっと
Krisu beckoned to Maho from within the screen in a very human manner.
何
What is it?
もうちょっとこっち。
Come a little closer, towards the speaker. Maho moved her ear close to the speaker. I was just thinking about how weird it was when... Huh? Maho suddenly turned bright red and shouted at the screen.
なわけないでしょ
Of course not! What are you talking about?
そんなに照れなくても
You。don't need to be so embarrassed.
照れてるわけじゃない
I'm
わ
not embarrassed, just stop being weird.
そうですか。
You sure?
そうです
I'm sure.
と
What are you talking
何の
about?
話を
It was obvious that Krisu had whispered something to Maho. What did she say? Maho glanced at me. And for some reason, she blushed and turned away. Ah, I see. From the way Maho was acting and what I knew about Krisu, there's only one possibility.
このスイーツ感
Goddamn mainstream woman. A derogative term used to refer to girls who are easily influenced by trends or who think in ways that men find impossible to understand. However, it is said that the only people who use it often are boys who have very little experience with women. It is said that, isn't it? I whispered a name I'd often teased Krisu with, and suddenly felt a lot better. She must have said something stupid like, "You two make a good couple," or "You finally found a man, huh?" The way she looked at a boy and girl holding a friendly conversation and immediately assumed they were dating was just like the Krisu I knew. Sheesh, what a system. It didn't need to be that true to her personality, did it? I chuckled. Do you think this Krisu also browses @channel when Maho and the professor aren't looking too? A huge anonymous message board that's the largest of its kind in Japan. Its catchphrase is everything from hacking to tonight's dinner. Its boards discuss everything from underground topics to normal views. I'd argue way more of the former and basically none of the latter. Nah, knowing her, she's probably probably what? Commentating. I remember Krisu once browsing @channel in the Future Gadget Laboratory's computer when she knew nobody else was looking. Hey, knock before you come in.
クリスティーナ
Christina, what are you doing when you should be working? Man, the old lines
クリスティーナ
just have that extra oomph to them. Hey, stay back! Happy Okabe better.
おい
Hey, what's with that? Oh, this is a terrible, right, ruffle kind of laugh. That slang, short for rolling on the floor laughing. Other variants include lol, laughing out loud, ruffle mouth, rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off, and rufflecopter, like ruffle, but with a helicopter.
笑い方は何だ
Like ruffle, with a helicopter. Oh, hammed up ocarine is a gift, yes. Fret not, Christina, or should I say, @channeler Krisu.
その呼び方は
Don't call me that.
俺はすでに気づいた
I knew it already, indeed. I'd known for a long time. You reek of @channeler.
失礼だな
How rude, my perfume isn't that strong.
こういう意味では
That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about your soul's power level. But it's cute how you try to hide it, @channeler Krisu. Do not call me that. Your soul's power level, huh? My silly remark seemed to me to have a much deeper meaning now. Was the girl in front of me one day going to, as Dr. Leskinen had said, become a real artificial soul? When that happened, what were we supposed to call a soul that still existed in this world after the body was gone? Not dead or alive. Something in between. Some sort of ghost in the shell or something. This wasn't science anymore. It was philosophy or maybe religion? Enough messing around. Okabe didn't come here to waste his time with this stuff. Actually, I feel like he kinda did, but you know. The way you're trying to change the subject makes me even more suspicious. Going to infect you with a virus. I was kidding. I won't bring it up again. Krisu quickly bowed her head. I bet back when Krisu was still alive, she had conversations like this with Maho every day. I'm sure Dr. Leskinen had a lot of fun watching them. It's actually kinda cute. Sorry about that, Okabe. Wanna try talking to her? Oh. Maho offered me the seat in front of the PC. Krisu's face was on the monitor right in front of me. When our eyes met, she smiled a little. Didn't know she reacted like this to people when she first met them. Yeah, because you had such a really bad first impression with her. But meeting with Krisu went about as badly as it possibly could have. I realized that her prickly attitude towards me could have been unusual for her. Ask me whatever you want. I'll answer anything I can. Yeah. This wasn't good. I was remembering every moment I'd ever spent with Krisu. I couldn't think of what to say. Then the words that came out of my mouth were, is it possible to create a time machine? That was what I'd once argued about with Krisu on another world line. In the end, I'd lost the argument completely. What? Huh? A time machine, you said? Where did this come from? It's just a test. I wanted to see if she was capable of thought experiments. Well, Krisu? Just dropped a smidgen of frames, but it looks like it was just a dip. So if you buffered for a second, it's my end, but it seems like it was just a brief dip. Let me see. My conclusion is that it's not possible. But we don't know for sure that it's impossible, I guess. What? That wasn't what she had said. Yeah, this is a different... I'll begin with my conclusion. The very idea of a time machine is idiotic. That's what Krisu had said in the Alpha World line. I remembered that well. Like 2 seconds is now normal. Yeah, exactly. It dropped into the red really far, but it was so brief that it should be fine. I think the very idea of a time machine is idiotic. I remembered our old debate and decided to repeat what Krisu had said then. It's too early to assume that. You think so? It's true that scientists all around the world have proposed time travel theories. Excuse me, there are even major ones and countless minor ones, but none of them are any more than hypotheses, and some of them directly contradict one another. Correct. For example, there's cosmic string theory and wormhole theory, where time travel is possible as a thought experiment, but no one has a clue where you would go to get cosmic strings or exotic matter. In other words, it's not realistic. This is also something that Krisu had told me in the Alpha World line, but the Krisu in the screen was unmoved. That's probably because scientists haven't discovered something important yet. Then you think it's possible to create a time machine? We don't know for sure that it's impossible. That's what I said, remember? Yeah, her opinion was slightly different. Was this because I was in the Beta World line, or perhaps... Hey, Yajo? She knows she's made from a copy of the original's memories, right? Of course. Then, I can't think of a good example, but is it like identical twins? You can't tell them apart at birth, but as they grow, differences start to form, or something like that? We're still investigating that, but if the memories they build up are different, I think that of course they'd become something different from the original human. The professor agrees with me. I see. It was then that I heard the door on the other side of the partition slam shut. Is that the professor? From the loud sound of the footsteps, I'd assume so. I could definitely hear somebody stomping around outside. And then after a heavy knock, the door to the booth flung open. Lintalo! Yes, that's his name. Lintalo? The professor opened his arms wide as he came inside. He grabbed my hand and began to wave it around. I hadn't realized he was this friendly. He seemed to think he was giving me a handshake, but it felt like I was being worked over by a pro wrestler.
Hey boy, what's up?
Hey boy, what's up? I'm fine, thanks. Okay, we gotta do both of those again.
Hey boy, what's up?
Okabe, your English is terrible. We know. I am mad scientist. Shut up, Christina. Christina? Oh no, I was so focused on the professor that I used my old nickname for her. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. I am worried about it. Why am I Christina? I told you it's nothing. You're freaking out a lot over nothing. I said, shut up, Krisu. Krisu and Maho both seem lost in thought. You called her Christina, huh? You two, just drop it. I like to think that he's still getting his hand shaken violently over on the side while this is happening. I don't know if he is, but I like to think so. I don't want any more questions about this. Since the professor was here, I decided to ask more about how Amadeus' memories worked. Professor, is it possible for Amadeus' memories to be externally modified? But the professor wasn't listening to my question. He seemed to be frantically searching his pockets for something. Come to think of it, I didn't see that translator device in his ear. He must have been looking for it, which meant odds were good he didn't even hear my question. Modifying my memories? It's theoretically possible. Krisu herself answered in the professor's place. For example, it would be possible to make me think that my name was Christina. But memory data isn't like normal data, it's much more complex. I'm aware of no successful attempts to modify it. And even if the attempt succeeded, I would notice it and prepare myself. I keep logs in an area that only I can access. In other words, a secret diary. If there was a discrepancy between my current memories and my diary, there's a very high probability I'd become suspicious. What's more, my memories are backed up at regular intervals. Even if they were altered beyond the point where I could self-repair, I would still be able to restore them. I would lose any memories that had that had formed between then and the last backup, though. I see. Regardless of the topic of discussion, it felt strange. What Maho had said before she loaded Krisu was true. I was starting to feel like I was chatting with the real Krisu. The way she wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise when she started talking about science was exactly like the real Krisu. It's interesting, though. I turned towards Krisu and spoke. You're able to consider yourself objectively as a machine. From what I see in books and comics, I'd expect you to say, I'm not a machine, I'm human. That's pure nonsense. Even humans speak of themselves as a combination of hardware and software, right? They just call it biology and physiology. What's the difference? I see. She's better with comebacks than anybody, isn't she? When she heard this, Krisu turns towards Maho, her CG eyes big and round, though it was really just the camera sensor moving. You know, Maho, this may not be part of any of my business, but you should watch what you say. You finally got your chance. What if he stops liking you? Come on, don't bring that up again. But it's what I find most interesting right now. It's what I find most meaningless right now. What if this is the last chance you'll ever get? You're the one who needs to learn to watch what you say. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ooh, the forced laugh. Ooh, you could feel the awkward tension. Dr. Laxinen was clapping his hands together and laughing. I had to chuckle a little too. Afterward, the three of us, including the professor, talked to Krisu, discussing technical subjects and making small talk. The next thing I knew, it had been almost an hour. I actually felt a little sad when Maho told me it was time to stop. In just a single hour, the strangeness I felt about Amadeus had disappeared, and I felt like I was really talking to Krisu. Dr. Leskinen stopped me before I left. So, interested in being a tester? I tilted my head when I heard the professor speak through the translator. Amadeus doesn't have a lot of conversation samples. I've got all the kids in my lab helping as much as I can, but it's not enough. But Amadeus is still in the research stage, and we can't let just anyone talk to it. So I want you, Lintalo, to help us, since you were her friend. I remember they'd mentioned something about being a tester at the party, so this is what they were talking about. The professor and I will be staying in Japan for a while. We'd like you to be a tester while we're here. Your job will just be talking to Krisu. There's no real quota, just talk to her when you feel like it. But twice a month, I want you to report on your testing to me and the professor. Oh, and I'm sorry, but we can't pay you. I want you to keep that in mind when you decide. It's good to know beforehand. I'm aware that it's cruel to ask you to talk to an AI that's perfectly identical to your dead friend. If you're not interested, feel free to turn us down. I remembered that what it had felt like to talk to Krisu. When the monitor was just about to turn off, this is what Krisu had said. Let's talk again sometime, Rintaro Okabe. That's what I'd hoped for when I came here, wasn't it? I'll do it. Please, let me do it. I thought I was ready when I accepted the job, but I had never expected this. Call from Krisu.
はい。
Hello.
マキセですけど。
It's Makise. Krisu was displayed on the screen. Yes, it was Amadeus. The app the professor had given me allowed me to access the servers at Victor Crondia University from anywhere, 24 hours a day. Short for application software, any software that can be used by downloading it onto your OS. Of course you'll be able to contact Krisu, but Krisu will also sometimes contact you. When that happens, talk to her. This I hadn't predicted. Never thought she would call me, or that her face would be displayed on the screen. Or should I have introduced myself with, "It's Christina"? She looked really mad. I could guess why. I'd gotten 8 calls from Krisu and I'd ignored them all. Maho and Dr. Leskinen explained things, so I thought I'd call once myself to make a proper introduction, but I didn't expect you to refuse to pick up 8 times. Why aren't you saying anything? Talking to a realistic girl on my smartphone with so many people around was pretty embarrassing. Well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine, but what's with you? I was sure this was my chance to talk more than usual. I feel like an idiot. Ahem. Just know that during the test period, I'm always connected with you. Contact me whenever you feel like it. I'm busy, so I don't know if I'll always be able to answer your calls. Man, what was this? More than that strangely polite, friendly Krisu from yesterday. Angry, stubborn, more curious than anyone. The way she seemed to be constantly challenging you. Anyway, goodbye. I realized that this really was Krisu Makise. That was the girl I'd spent these 3 weeks with. Those 3 weeks with. Lab member 004, my assistant, Christina, aka Krisu Makise. The movements were a little more jerky than I'd seen on the computer in Dr. Lekishin's office, but evidently that was because of the smartphone. This alone was enough to make me feel like my heart was being squeezed dry. I stood still, holding the smartphone tight. Kilma, I mean, Ocarine, what's wrong, Nya? Oh, I'm coming. I thought to myself as I ran to catch up with the others. Maybe Dr. Leskinen was right, and this test would be a very cruel thing for me. But even so, in my mind I was already starting to think about what I would talk about with Krisu. Maho Hyajo was remembering. She was remembering the last night she'd spoken to Krisu Makase in person. Or Makase. 2010, 3, what was it, 28? Seriously, why do I have to do this now of all times? Having been in a lab where they do study brainwaves, I can absolutely say it looks like that is very realistic. Like that is pretty damn accurate to how it looked. I've only been in one in New York. A girl I dated for a time was a neuroscience major, and I did go in for a study, and I did wear one of the EKG caps with like the gel and the wire sticking out, and like that could just be a picture of any one of the desks that was there, like 100%. Maybe more or less books, but like same amount of wires, the cap on the dummy head, like that's how it looked. And it's shockingly accurate. That night, Krisu was whispering to herself a lot. Victor Crondia University's Brain Science Institute. Maho and Krisu worked in the same room at the lab. Thus, Maho was forced to hear Krisu's angry mumblings, whether she wanted to or not. Realism, exactly. A little was fine, but she'd been acting like this all day, and it was keeping Maho from concentrating. She finally snapped and turned away from the paper she was writing. Hey, Krisu. English was the language most commonly used at Victor Crondia University. When the other staff and professors were around, she'd always use English, but when it was just her and Krisu, Maho would often speak in Japanese.
いい加減にしてく
Would
れ
you
ないか
stop
しら
it? What? Stop what?
何がです？
Krisu stopped messing with her luggage and turned around.
うるさくて集中できないのよ。
Chemistry labs, which are pretty messy, I believe it. I don't think I've ever been in a chemistry lab outside of, like, a college chemistry class. I think that's, like, the only experience I have with that type of thing. That's not, like, a proper lab. That's more just, like, a classroom lab. You're so loud that I can't concentrate. I need to turn this paper in by tomorrow.
もしかして私
Oh, how could you, Sora? How could you? Was I talking to myself?
騒音郊外に
Want me to sue you for violating the local noise ordinance?
すみません。
Sorry. Krisu apologized and started to scratch the back of her head. Maho decided to calm down by standing up and going to the shelf where the research notes were kept. There were several books she needed for her paper. They were all up on the top shelf. Your beef stock, it's gone. Why would you put something on the top shelf that you knew you were going to need? That just seems foolish. This must be someone's... Oh, never mind. This must be someone's idea of a prank, she said, as she stared up at the heavy book. She decided to try and reach for it, but no matter how she stood on her toes, she came nowhere close. Her tiny little arms seemed to her like dead branches waving in the wind. She bit her lip. After she'd skipped grades to go to college and then come to work at the lab, she'd had more chances than ever before to hate her small stature. Whenever she walked outside after dark, the cops would stop her. Even with her ID, she couldn't get into bars, and buying medicine and alcohol at drugstores was a pain. The most humiliating part was that no matter where she went, everyone thought she was in middle school. Nobody believed her when she said she was 20. Everything in America was just too big. Shall I get that for you? Krisu noticed the trouble Maho was having and came over. But Maho was stubborn and decided to pretend nothing was wrong.
大丈夫よ。別に困ってなんか
It's fine. I'm not having any problems.
困ってるじゃないですか。
Sure you are. I have friends that have that same problem. Of not just maybe being slightly shorter, but also just having the look of someone who's younger than they are. And it sounds endlessly frustrating. It sounds super frustrating to just constantly have people assume, like that would get old so fast. I guess the plus side is if you always look a lot younger than you are, there's less of the, like, wow, you look super old, but it sounds like it would be frustrating more than anything.
困ってません。
I'm not.
そうですか？
You sure?
そうです。
I'm sure.
でも私も
But there's a book off the shelf I want too, so... Krisu easily reached up to the highest shelf and grabbed the book Maho wanted.
背が高い人。
It must be nice to be tall. No, I'm not really that... Oh. Krisu covered her mouth when she realized she said something she shouldn't have.
ありがとう。
Thanks. That was a big help. If you need something in Japan, tell me.
日
I'll
本
send
で
it.
何か必要。はい。
I will,
あり
thank
がと
you.
うございます。
Yeah, I'd argue being treated like a kid isn't even fun when, like, you are a kid. I mean, depends. There's that window where, like, you're a kid, but, like, when you're, like, middle high school and people are still treating you like a kid, and it's like, but I'm kind of getting towards that adult side of things, even that's kind of a pain. I feel like that's a lot of what, like, the whole teenage rebellion stuff is about. It's like, you're still treated like a kid, because you are still kind of young, but, like, you feel like you're an adult, and, like, that dissonance sucks. Krisu handed over the book as she spoke, and then suddenly her eyes went wide and began to sparkle.
ねえ先輩。
Hey, Maho, about what we were just talking about?
今の話ってどの話？
Yeah, exactly. What were we just talking
独
about?
り言。
Talking to yourself.
え？
Huh? Oh. It looked like Krisu had come up with a new idea. It was a regular occurrence for Krisu, and Maho was used to it.
それって。
Wouldn't that be proof of itself?
アマデウスの？
For Amadeus?
はい。
Yes.
確かに。あの子がいきなり
Yeah,
独り
if she
言を言
started
い出したら
talking to herself, it'd be pretty surprised. No matter how advanced an AI was, it wouldn't talk to itself unless you programmed it to do that. Excuse me. And there was no need or even point to a feature like that. If an AI started talking to itself, that might be a good indication that there was a self to talk to. But Maho hesitated to agree with her.
ここでは
You should watch what you say here.
魂は神が
Don't forget that there are a lot of people who think that a soul is something God gives to humanity.
そうでしたね。
That's right, isn't it? Krisu's expression dimmed. Krisu and Maho were both treated as heretics in the lab. especially since they were both Japanese and women. And Krisu was simply too talented. Nobody ever actually did anything, but a lot of the older scientists were definitely avoiding her. Dr. Leskinen was the chief scientist, and the fact that he liked the two of them was all that let them do their research in peace. If the other scientists heard what Krisu had just said, who knows what they'd do. Maho petted Krisu in the shoulder. Well, go have a good time in Japan and refresh yourself. I'm still not happy about that. Why? I think you'll have fun. I'm doing an exchange. It should be to a graduate school. Why high school? It has to be high school, right? By Japanese standards, you should still be in high school. Just accept that the professor is doing something nice for you. Maho remembered what Dr. Leskinen had said. Krisu has a fragile personality. All the bickering in the lab is putting her under a lot of stress, and she's at her limit. It might ruin her as a researcher. That's what the professor had said. He was really worried about her. And you have to go to Japan in July anyway, right? So it's perfect timing. Yeah, I'm actually kind of down about that too. The Akihabara Techno Forum, was it? I'm still not used to giving lectures. I don't know what to do. Now that you're published in Science, expect a lot more of this. You need to practice. I'd rather not. Krisu whispered to herself. Maho didn't like being around lots of other people either, so she knew how Krisu felt. But there were a lot of scientists who wanted to be published in a major journal, then go on to give public lectures. And she'd beaten out many of them to win that honor. People were jealous. She needed to fulfill her responsibilities, even if just to shut them up. Maybe I'm not that much better, though. Maho silently laughed a little, and hated herself for doing it. Maybe I'm just as jealous as they are. That feeling, which was a little like fear, was something that she always felt. The girl in front of her was just that different from Maho. Someone she could never reach, no matter how hard she tried. Someone who'd surpassed everything she'd ever done almost instantly.
Senpai?
Maho? Krisu was peering into her face, confused. Maho felt flustered. Are you meeting your dad in Japan? She'd heard that Krisu's parents weren't divorced, but they were separated. Her mom was still in America, and her dad was in Japan. After Maho said it, she'd wondered if that was too personal a question, but Krisu smiled a little. Actually, I got an invitation from him. Oh, yeah? He's announcing a new theory this summer. I'm thinking of going to see that announcement. You shouldn't. A new theory? Krisu's smile changed into a small expression of consternation. I haven't heard the details yet. I know it's got something to do with the theory of relativity. The term theory of relativity refers to two theories published by Einstein, the spatial theory published in 1905 and the general theory in 1916. These are the source of the famous equation E equals mc squared. Special relativity makes clear the following. Matter cannot exceed the speed of light. The closer you get to the speed of light, the slower time gets. If you reach the speed of light, time stops. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more your length decreases. If you reach the speed of light, your length becomes 0. The closer matter gets to the speed of light, the more its mass increases. If it were to reach the speed of light, its mass would become infinite. General relativity adds the following. Time slows down in the presence of a strong gravity field. Space compresses in the presence of a strong gravity field. Mass increases in the presence of a strong gravity field. Yeah? Maho felt like she was hiding something, but didn't question her anymore. Anyway, take care. I'll be expecting presents. What do you want? Since you're going to Akihabara, why not something rare? You know a lot about Akihabara, right? Huh? Why do you say that? You're always reading those sites during breaks. I like how it doesn't matter where she is, she can't hide it. What? Did Amadeus tell you that? She wouldn't do that. Sometimes I'm right behind you and you're so busy watching videos that you don't even notice. I can't believe you found out. Damn my carelessness. I love that though. Krisu actually seemed upset for once. This really surprised Maho. Maho, please, don't tell the others. I don't think it's really something you need to hide, but... The idea of sharing a secret with Krisu made Maho happy. Got it, I won't tell anyone. Thanks so much. Krisu seemed genuinely relieved. Maho continued.
ね
Hey,
え、あなたが日本から戻
once
って
you
き
get
た
back from Japan, let's find out if Amadeus can talk to herself.
独り言を
Okay. Krisu had a very happy look on her face. It was the face of a born scientist who loved to explore the unknown more than anything in the world. Her smile was as innocent as that of a child who'd just been given a new toy. It was very beautiful. And it was one of the reasons that Maho liked the younger researcher quite a bit. But the promise the two of them made would never be fulfilled. In fact, they would never even meet again. It felt like she was thinking about Krisu more and more since she'd come to Japan. Maho didn't know if it was because she was in Japan or because she was talking with the Amadeus Krisu more often. Or maybe, was it because she'd met the young man named Rintaro Okabe?
私の知らない
He knows things about Krisu that I don't, huh? You have no idea. Thinking back, the first day they'd met, she'd broken down and cried right in front of him. Something she didn't really want to remember. She chased the memories away out of embarrassment. You were thinking of Okabe, weren't you? She snapped her head towards the PC monitor. Technically, she was thinking about memories of you, but Maho was in the middle of a conversation with Krisu.
え
Yeah, that's right. She shrugged her shoulders and tried to ignore Krisu's mischievous smile.
不思議だと思わない
Don't you think it's strange that Dr. Leskinen's got such a high opinion of him?
二度しか会ったことも
He
ない
handed over your access rights to a guy he'd only
あな
met
たも
twice.
そこまで信用
Is it
して
really wise to trust him so much?
誠実そうな人で
He
した
looked like a nice person.
そう
Yeah, I can't tell if he's got any ambitions or not. I feel like I don't really understand him.
好きなんですか
Do you like him?
あなたね
Would you cut it out? Maho brought her face close to the monitor and glared, but Krisu seemed unconcerned.
別に取り繕う必要
There's no real need to hide it, is there?
昨日は本人
I can understand why you didn't want to say anything yesterday when he was right in front of you, but now it's just the two of us. Krisu may not have looked like someone who would, but she really enjoyed this sort of gossip. Maybe girl talk was the right word. Maho sighed and sat back in her chair. The creaking sound echoed throughout the empty office.
本当にそんな感
I
情は
really
ない
don't
わ
feel that way about him. I still don't even really know who he is. I see. Well, that makes sense. Krisu let the matter drop. This bothered Maho a little.
ただ
But
気になるのは
what does interest me?
です
What is it?
いえ
No, it's
なん
nothing.
でもないわ
It's just mean. Maho had been spending a lot of time thinking about something since yesterday, to the point where she'd even put off her research. What kind of relationship was there between Krisu and Okabe? What was Krisu feeling in the days before she died? She would have liked to ask Okabe if she could.
先輩
Maho, did my original and Okabe know each other?
岡部さんは
Maho shivered. It was as if Krisu had been reading her mind. How could you tell?
岡部さんの話
I
や
came to that conclusion after listening to Okabe and hearing your response.
状況証拠を積み上げ
It's all just circumstantial evidence, but
証明しま
do
し
you
ょう
want me to show my proof anyway?
別にいいわ
It's fine. Knowing you, the conclusion is perfect.
反証の余地もないでし
The
ょ
way they used words like proof in normal conversation showed that both Maho and Krisu were scientists at heart.
相手だけが一方
If
的
he has
に
memories of me that I don't possess,
私との記憶を持っているの
that's
で
likely the cause of problems with our conversations.
彼と話していく上で
I'll leave it up to you how to deal with it. I'm gonna call him 8 times. Technically 9. He picked up on the 9th.
あなたから聞いてみてもいい
Or
わ
did he pick up on the 8th? Yeah. He may bring it up, possibly. And if you want, you can ask him. Maho still didn't know if Okabe would even access Amadeus at all. They weren't forcing him to. Feigning ignorance is the same as lying, isn't it?
興味深いデータが
I should be able to get some good data, I think. Yes, it was interesting. But that was her opinion as a researcher working on Amadeus. How would Rintaro Okabe feel about it? Wouldn't this be rubbing salt in the wounds of his heart? Maho realized she was getting much too sentimental.
やっぱり
Maybe it's because I'm in Japan.
日本に来たせいなのかもしれないわね
It's been a week since she'd arrived. The first thing she planned to do was offer flowers. But she still couldn't bring herself to visit the Akihabara radio building, the place where Krisu had died. An 8-story commercial building in front of Akihabara Station. It contains lots of computer and hobby shops. On the 7th floor, there's a plate reading The Birthplace of Personal Computers. The sun was setting early, now that December had arrived. Katsumi Nakase was surprised at how quickly it had gotten dark when she was out rummaging through her cosplay shops. Short for costume play. I always forget that it's technically... Yeah, I always forget that. The act of dressing up in a costume. In Japan, cosplay refers to dressing up as a character from an anime or manga, and people who cosplay are called cosplayers, or sometimes just layers. Nobody has ever called a cosplayer a layer, I assure you. Maybe there's... Right, but it is what cosplay is short for. Like, that is true. I just tend to forget that. Most cosplay costumes are handmade. The wheeled suitcase on the ground next to her felt heavy. She'd done her best to jam everything she brought today inside, and it was bursting at the seams. Still, spending a whole day shopping with her cosplay friends was a lot of fun. She felt tired, but it was a good tired. Her footsteps were light as she walked back to the station. Fubuki, you look like you're about to start skipping around, don't you? Oh, you can tell? It was so much fun doing all that shopping today. I'm so satisfied with what we got. Mayushi had a lot of fun shopping too, thanks to Fubuki. Thanks for coming. I'll do anything for you, Mayushi. Fubuki tried to grab her friend, Mayuri Shina, for a hug. Mayuri dodged out of the way. Mayuri may have looked like an airhead, but she was actually quite athletic. Clearly. Yes. That's how it is, Ark. Fubuki, by the way, was Katsumi Nakase's cosplay name. Fubuki tried to grab her friend. She and Mayuri were Kasumi was in the second year of high school. She and Mayuri were the same age, but were total opposites. Katsumi was boyish and athletic, and when she cosplayed as a male character, she attracted more female kameko than male ones. Excuse me. Those who appear en masse at cosplay and anime events and use expensive SLR cameras to take pictures of scantily clad cosplayers. The so-called low-anglers, men who take upskirt photos of cosplayers in Akihabara and at Kamima, are not considered true kameko. A true kameko must be a gentleman at all times. Good to know. Now we don't have to worry about winter Kamima, do we? Comic Giga Market, an otaku festival held every year in August and December at Tokyo Big Sight. So yeah, we hear Mayuri reference some of these people in the first game, like her cosplay friends, but we never actually see them. Here they are. Now we don't have to, I read that. The four friends had gone to cosplay shops along Yugawaya, Maiden's Road, and Tokyo Hands in Ikebukuro, then moved to Akihabara and visited several more. Home improvement chain based out of Tokyo, but unlike most such stores, which have large buildings outside the city centers, Tokyo Hands has many department store-style buildings located around major train stations. Tokyo Hands stores also carry a wide variety of products, from professional-grade tools and materials to fishing and variety goods. The nickname of a street near the east exit of Ikebukuro Station. It has many doujinshi and anime merchandise stores for female-oriented anime. It is known as a mecca for female otaku. Thus Maiden's Road, I guess. Heck yeah, fishing. Yeah, cosplay friends. They're here. They have actual pictures now. They exist. A large specialty store founded over 6 years ago that sells crafts and hobby supplies, fabric, and trinkets. There are over 60 of them, mostly in eastern Japan, but also all around the country. This was all part of their final preparations for winter Komima. Sure, but it's Mayuri's doing almost all the work. Don't push yourself too hard, okay, Mayuri? Kaede sounded a little worried. Her real name was Kaede Kuroshima, and she used her real name as her cosplay pseudonym. She was 3 years older than Katsumi and in college. Kaede was extremely feminine, and her measurements were just like the ones in magazine models claimed to have, but she was very shy. People had tried many times to persuade her to enter the pageant at her college, but she'd always refused, saying normal events are kind of scary. But even so, cosplaying at Komima with the rest of them was something she looked forward to. Yeah, I guess so. Just by a train station. Why not? So why don't we all help Mayuri and make the outfits together this time? Amayuki proposed. She had very noble, elegant features, but the rest of her was easygoing and laid back. Though Katsumi was a fellow girl, she still thought Amayuki was beautiful. Even her light blue, penetrating eyes lacked the arrogance that beautiful women usually possessed. They were filled instead with a friendly light. Her real name was Yuki Amane. She was a senior at Miji University and in the same club as Kaede. She was the oldest of the four. She'd once tried to give up cosplay and focus on job hunting. After just 6 months, she'd given up on work and gone back to costuming. When an unemployed person is seeking employment, often used to refer to college kids looking for their first real career-oriented job. Since then, she'd been spending more time with Katsumi and the others. I don't know what you're talking about, Ron. Ah, you don't have to help me. Everyone smiled at her, but Mayuri quickly shook her head. You guys paid for more than half the cost of the supplies, right? That's enough to make Mayushi very happy. You're making our outfits, so we'd feel bad if we didn't pay. And you know, I've always wanted to make neat outfits like you do. Yep. Mayushi's outfits are always really high quality. I'm super grateful. You see, we really want to help Mayuri. Hey. Okay, let's all make them together. Katsumi knew that it made Mayuri really happy when someone praised her cosplay outfits. Oh, but there's actually a favor I wanted to ask you guys. A favor? The appearance is way more obvious than the voice. You see, Mayuri told them about an event that had quickly become a mainstay of the Japanese holiday year. We're having a Christmas party, so Mayushi was hoping that Yuki and Kaede and Fubuki could all come. A Christmas party, huh? Yeah, can you come? I wanna go! Katsumi's only plan for Christmas Eve was dinner with her family, so she raised her hand instantly. None of her friends at school wanted to do anything that night. She'd been a little put out about that, since it meant they'd all had boyfriends. I can go too. Kaede also nodded, but Yuki seemed a little hesitant. I don't know if I should go. Huh? Do you have plans? Well, of course a girl as pretty as Yuki's gonna have a ton of guys asking her out for a Christmas date. What? That's not true. Really? Then I'll take you for myself. I'd rather go on a Christmas date with you than do anything else in the world, Fubuki. Oh, I love you, Yuki. I thought you only cared about Mayuri. I love Mayushi, and I love you too. Lots of love to give. That's a secret. Katsumi quickly jumped over to Kaede and gave her a big hug. Kaede was soft and smelled good, and enduring this sort of sexual harassment was nothing new for her. A hug? From her friend? My favorite Tulia characters too. You are getting good at this then, clearly. But also cool. Like, that's pretty awesome. Oh, and Yuki? Can you show Mayushi how to make a yummy quiche? Traditional French dish made by filling a pie crust with cream, cheese, eggs, meat, and vegetables, then cooking it to a flaky golden brown. Quiches are delicious. Yuki was an excellent chef and had been teaching Mayuri a lot lately. Both Katsumi and Kaede would also occasionally participate in what they called Yuki Amane's cooking lessons. Sample size to work from? Yes, I imagine it would. Though I also imagine there's a lot of overlap. I feel like a lot of series pick from a similar pool. Not always, but like, I feel like you get like reoccurring voices. Sure, what kind of quiche? I actually think spinach and mushroom is good. Does sound good. Ham, tomato, and bacon is good too, you know? I've never had tomato, but I've had like ham and cheese quiche. That's also very good. I feel like cheese is redundant. Cheese is in a quiche. Oh, just thinking about it makes me drool. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, then I'll teach you how to make both. I mean, mind you, I've never made a quiche, but it seems to me that it's you make the base filling for the pie crust, and then whatever bits you add to that, if you want it to be a ham, tomato, and bacon, you cut up some ham, tomato, and bacon and add it to that, and then cook it. If you wanted it to be spinach and mushroom, you cut up some spinach and mushrooms and add it to that, and then cook it. It seems like that maybe it's just me. I've never made one. Hardly any repeat voice actors in their games. Really? Okay. Typecast if you can find some of the characters. Yeah, I feel like that happens a bunch too. VAs are usually male ones. Okay. Really? That's right. Everyone would be happier if there were lots of different ones, right? Is this for the Christmas party? Yep, there's less than a month left, so I want to learn in time. Then we'll have to train extra hard. When do you want to do it? Tomorrow? Yeah, Mayushi is okay with that. Katsumi went over her schedule in her head. Ah, tomorrow, huh? I'm supposed to meet a friend. I got work. Katsumi really wanted to go, so she was pretty disappointed. She would have loved the chance to eat one of Yuki's good quiches. Seems so far. Okay. As she thought about the quiche, her stomach began to rumble. It was about time for dinner. Yuki and Mayuri worked out the time and place for their meetup. The place I'm staying at is a little far from here, so... How about the lab? Yeah, that's fine. I'll work hard and learn the recipe. I hope it's a fun party. Yup, Mayushi's gonna make Santa outfits. Will you all wear them? Wow, you're making even more outfits than the ones we need for Kamima? You're really excited about this. Mayushi is raring to go. That's okay, it all came across. Mayuri proposed like she was cheering. If you're making Santa outfits, I'd like one with a cute miniskirt, and then some white knee socks and red boots. Huh? That would look good on you, Kaede. But do you think it would look good on me? Katsumi spoke to Mayuri and Yuki without any confidence in her voice. I know you like the cute outfits best. There was nothing Katsumi could say. She was right. It bothered Katsumi a lot that she looked like a boy, and she knew that sort of clothing didn't look right on her. Still at heart, she was a young girl, and she wanted to wear cute clothes. Leave it to Mayushi. I'll make clothes that look great on you. Oh, that's my bride. Marry me. You're so silly, Fubuki. Don't talk like Daruda. Getting compared to that perverted gentleman kind of hurts. By the way, you're going to wear the Santa outfit too, right, Mayuri? Huh? Iris VA is always typecast as well as her name. Yeah. I imagine if that's your nickname, it means the typecasting is long since stuck. Stuck? Yeah. Don't what me? You're cute. You should cosplay more. But I just make the clothes. I don't wear them. Objection! That's a waste. Ah, not you too, Fubuki. And what's more, I bet Okabe wants to see you in a cute cosplay outfit. Ocarine! Mayuri made a weird noise as soon as she heard about the name, or heard that name. Ocarine? Oh, Mayushi's boyfriend, right? Katsumi had met him many times. He was tall, but always looked pale and thin, and whenever he laughed, he seemed kind of sad. But from what Mayuri said, until just a half a year ago, he'd been a totally different person. She said he was a haughty and arrogant, but also kind and a great leader. This is that. Yeah. Mayuri was known to let her emotions influence her judgment, so Katsumi didn't know how much of that description was accurate. I'd say it was an accurate description. Mayuri started to freak out even more after hearing the word boyfriend. Fubuki, Ocarina and Mayushi aren't like that, okay? Come on. Yuki and Kaede weren't buying it either. Honestly, Ocarina and Mayuri seemed more like an old wedded couple that had been together for years than boyfriend and girlfriend. It's true. Ocarina is somebody else he likes. What? Mayuri sounded totally unconcerned, which made Katsumi even more surprised. Is that true? Really? Yep. Who could have guessed? It was Yuki, the eldest, who spoke first. It's a non-canon ending, clearly, yeah. Sorry, should we not have said anything? Nah, Mayushi and Ocarina are childhood friends and get along great, so it's okay. I see. Mayuri's smile seemed very sad to Katsumi. She felt the sudden impulse to give her schoolmate a hug. Anyway. Mayuri smiled and walked over to Yuki, as if to blow away the awkwardness. So, what about you, Yuki? Huh? Me? Yep, so are you spending Christmas with your boyfriend? Aha, I really don't have one. Really? You guys all have the wrong idea. I'm not that popular. Between you and me, I've never even had a boyfriend. What? First Mayuri, then Yuki? Katsumi was stunned. Is that true? I didn't think it would be that much of a surprise. Then Yuki, Mayuri started to fidget. How about Daru, maybe? Huh? Hashira? Yup. Wait, where is this coming from, Mayoshi? Hashida's a perverted gentleman. Who knows what he'll do to Yuki? The man that Katsumi and Kaede were insulting was Itaru Hashida, a college student and a member of Mayuri's club. He was a hardcore otaku, one of the hybrid types, who said he enjoyed both 2- and 3-dimensional girls. I love the cat face. And, like Katsumi had said, he was a perverted gentleman. He would say perverse things all day without the slightest shame. Whenever you told him he was a pervert, he would say, "No, I am a perverted gentleman." He was a dangerous guy. You know, after encountering Taku, no, Daru's harmless. But Yuki didn't seem bothered. She actually looked a little sad. Hashida's a nice guy, but, you know, I don't think he likes girls like me. What? Mary was shocked far above and beyond her usual limit. She was so surprised, she let go of her suitcase's handle and let it fall to the ground. Instead of picking it up, she started talking frantically. That's not true. Daru is, he really likes you. I'm sure of it. Mayushi guarantees it. Remember how he acted when we met him at the summer Komima? Yuki had met Mayuri 4 months ago at summer Komima. Katsumi and Kaede had come wearing outfits Mayuri made. Kaede found Yuki at the convention hall all by herself and they met up. Afterward, they'd all gone to a party where she'd met Mayuri's friend, Itaru Hashida. Katsumi had definitely witnessed Yuki and Itaru having a friendly conversation. Ever since then, Yuki and Mayuri and Daru had become friends, and Yuki had started going to Mayuri's club, the Future Gadgets Laboratory. In other words, Yuki and Itaru had been talking ever since summer Komima. But still, Yuki chuckled sadly and shook her head. No, I can tell, he's avoiding me. So I'm thinking it's probably best if I don't go to the Christmas party. Aww. I think Hashida likes girls who are more like, a little sister. Probably not wrong, though. And a little sister who's really strong-willed and who bosses her big brother around. To be fair, I can see it. Specifically, I can see him, yeah. Like maybe Suzuha? Awkward. That's... For some reason, Mayuri looks like she was about to cry. She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't bring herself to. Her lips were quivering. Mayuri? Fear and loathing in the gate. Also, hey Potions, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Welcome to Steins Gate, but sad and in the winter. It's nothing. Where Mayuri has another hat. But it certainly didn't look like nothing. Katsumi couldn't bear to watch her anymore, and so she gave in to her impulses. Mayushi, don't make that face. You look cutest when you smile. Come on, if you don't smile, I'll tickle you. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Winter Gate, clearly, yes. I don't know what you're talking about, Ramen. That's clearly not... no. Katsumi snuck behind Mayuri and started to tickle her under her arms. You give up? Oh, Fubuki, you're so mean. You're too cute, Mayushi. Oh, that's... Where are you... where... Mayuri was laughing so hard she was crying, and this time Katsumi succeeded in giving her a hug. Even though they were in public, she started rubbing her cheek against her. Mayushi, I like you. I love you. The hand. What? Hey, Fubuki! I want to take you home and lick you forever. But that would be really bad. I don't care if it's bad. Marry me. I can't do that. Also, hey Fluffies, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Oh, that quote's too accurate here. No, that's still an accurate quote for any visual novel game. Mayuri tried to run away, but Fubuki grabbed her and started to kiss her all over. You still hit two pretty good ones, though. I'm kind of tired. That's Mayushi's line. In the end, Katsumi kept clinging to Mayuri until they reached the station. She felt a lot better, but catching Mayuri when she tried to escape used up a lot of energy. Again, it's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Either way, now she was satisfied. She shuddered and turned back towards Mayuri as an image came into her mind from out of nowhere. Hey, Mayushi? What is it? Let's cosplay together at Winter Komima, okay? Ah, I told you before, right? For Winter Komima, Mayushi is just going to make things. I don't trust Batman behind me. Yes, that's fine. Just make sure you come to Winter Komima with the three of us, okay? Of course. That's what we did all this shopping for, right? Yeah, but still, it's a promise, okay? Yeah, it's a promise. Mayuri and Yuki split up with them in front of the station, since they were taking a different train. Bye-bye. Good night, Mayuri, Yuki. Is that the one you were looking for? There it is. Yep. Katsumi stood still and watched the two of them until they were out of sight. She felt like she was about to cry and looked up to stop the tears from falling. Fubuki? Huh? Kaede was standing next to her, looking worried. What's wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. It's not nothing. Is there something going on with Mayuri? Please, tell me. Even after Kaede asked, Katsumi wasn't sure she should tell her. There's no way she believed it anyway. You were more hyper than usual today. It felt really forced. You noticed? Of course I did. Katsumi and Kaede had known each other for 2 years. Since their ages were so different, they treated each other like an older and younger sister. So at times like this, Kaede was really sharp. Kaede didn't talk much, but that meant she paid a lot of attention to the people around her. Part of it was also that Katsumi wasn't good at hiding things. She just couldn't lie to Kaede no matter what. She gave up and decided to say it. Mayushi. Yeah. She's going to die. What? What do you mean? Katsumi remembered the nightmares and the things she kept seeing no matter how much she didn't want to. I have these dreams. Dreams? They started in summer, I think. Every night I have dreams about Mayushi dying. Man, I'm full of just hiccups and burps tonight, I don't know why. Each time you and I are there crying and crying, but there's nothing we can do. The one I had last night was the worst. Mayushi just collapses right in front of us, and she stops moving. Ocarina is screaming and holding her. He's screaming so loud. What happened to me? Why do I keep having these dreams? Calm down, Fubuki. It's probably just because you're tired. It is? Is it really? You saw Mayuri today. She was just fine, right? Kaede gave Katsumi a gentle shoulder hug. So it's okay. I didn't want Mayushi to die. That's impossible. It won't happen. Ever? Ever. Okay. Kaede's words made Katsumi calm down a little. She was glad to have an older friend like this. Anyway, it's just your imagination. There's no way something that awful could happen. Her hand squeezed Katsumi's shoulder tightly. Being held like this made Katsumi feel a lot better. No, Sorry for being weird. But that night she had the nightmares again. Man, we just bouncing between people, seeing how things are going. Suzuha Amane was about to run out of patience. The cause was the young man in the room with her, her father. Itaru Hashida, aka Daru. His massively obese body was leaning forward over a computer monitor, and he had a dopey grin on his face. He'd finally gotten up around 11 a.m., gulped down 3 cups of instant ramen, and now was surfing the internet. Insert Daru sounds here. Huh? Oh? Oh. What? Wait, normals must die, P, and Parthenon. Our husband and wife? Nobody told me about this. Female freelance illustrator. She primarily does illustrations for Nikonia video and Vocalo songs, and is mostly popular with young women. A Vocalo producer. 2 of his videos have exceeded over 1 million views. Popular for the unique worlds he builds with his lyrics. As his name suggests, many of his songs criticize the normals, or criticize himself for not having any friends. His songs are a source of support for viewers in similar dire straits. His songs always feature images by the same illustrator, Parthenon, and her cute illustrations are another source of popularity. And wait, his handle is Normals Must Die, but he's a normal, he's got a wife, that's not fair. I thought he was on the side of us loners. This means war, it's trolling time. Whoa, today I learned that @Chan and Twitter are already pissed off. The name of a microblogging software app allows for tweets up to 140 characters in length. Tweets from other users you follow can be viewed in a timeline, allowing for it to be used as a chat program. I missed the boat. I need to go back and look at the timeline again. Dad. Yes? That's what Suzuha called her father. It's who he was, after all, so there was nothing else to call him. Suzuha was a time traveler from the year 2036, and 7 years from now he would become her father. Stop screwing around. All you ever do is lie around and eat, or look at the internet, or play video games. I told you that nothing but instant noodles and snacks will make you sick, but that's still all you ever eat. In fact, his PC desk was covered with snacks. She cleaned it regularly, but it never seemed to make a difference. And I keep telling you to exercise, but you never do. Suzuha realized she was complaining more than usual, but she had to say it anyway. At this rate, in the future... And then she realized that Itaru wasn't even listening to her. His eyes were fixed on the computer monitor. He'd moved his mouse out of sight, but she could still hear him clicking it. Listen to me! Suzuha approached her father from behind and put the hairspray can she'd been hiding up to his neck. Itaru seemed to think it was a gun. He stuck his hands up. It's clearly hairspray. Threats like this worked. They worked because she told him that she'd survived the Third World War, and that wars and chaos of 2036, and that she was ready to draw a gun and pull the trigger whenever she needed to. So the reason she's still around is, if you remember the end of Steins Gate, Okabe goes to the past, screws up and ends up killing Krisu, but then comes back, gets a video of himself from the future that motivates him. No, they didn't change any of the names. His name's always been Itaru, whatever his last name is. They just call him Daru, that's his nickname. So, like, no? Yeah, it's always been his real name. They just always shortened it to Daru. Like, everyone else calls him Daru, she clearly doesn't. Yep, Daru was never his real name. Also, hey Rose, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland to the chat. Yep, but she's clearly had enough of his otaku nonsense and is calling him by his actual name. Also, since we're seeing things from her point of view right now, that's how she thinks of him. Yeah, no worries. They only brought it up once or twice in the original game, legitimately. Like, it doesn't come up a lot. But again, since we're seeing from another character's point of view right now, she thinks of him by his real name. And or dad. Take your pick. Stupid nose. Susa, if you don't stop, Daddy's gonna get mad. I'm getting mad at you right now. Right, sorry. But you know about my secret job, right? I'm pretty busy with that. When you're as good a hacker as I am, there's always a ton of offers. I don't have time to eat real food, right? And there's the time difference with overseas clients, so sometimes I'm like up all night. In the future, you used to say that all the time, and then Mom would always get mad at you. I like just the Daru sounds. I don't know why that one in particular really gets me, but I like that one. Okay. Even if for the sake of the argument we can't do anything about your sleep schedule, I can't let you keep eating all this unhealthy food. You'll stop immediately, got it? But works hard and so the time machine research. I need to relax. You just use that as an excuse to slack off. You're being a spoiled brat, Dad. Suzaha was always amazed that her dad managed to survive the futurist wars. But since the time machine research would affect the future, and eventually Suzaha's very presence here, she couldn't tell him to stop. Even after Rintaro Okabe stopped coming to the Future Gadgets lab, Itaro had kept working on the time machine all by himself. Suzaha never said a word about it. If she did, it might create a time paradox. Just remember, you can't examine the time machine that came from the future to build your own. She decided to warn him again. I know that, but sometimes I lose confidence. Can I really make a time machine? Of course you can. Hang in there. Okay. But I hope Among Us went well tonight. Suzaha took the hairspray can off his neck. Hey, I was sure that was a gun, and it wasn't. How can you trick your own dad? I'll use a real one next time, okay? Cool, cool. Please don't. Suzaha put the can of hairspray back on the shelf. It was something Rintaro Okabe had left here when he lived in the lab. It was still here since its owner never came back for it. You know, in manga and video games, it's always really cute when a girl scolds her dad. Suzaha, can you try to say, "Oh jeez, don't do that, Papa," in a really sweet voice if you can? Never mind. Her dad shrank from Suzaha's glare. Suzaha sighed loudly and dropped herself onto the sofa. She leaned back against the headrest and stared at the ceiling, then closed her eyes. What's wrong? It's nothing. You can't hide it from me. When you say it's nothing, that means I want you to listen to me, right? Huh? Come on, tell me. Daru sounded very serious. Suzaha's eyes went wide for a moment, but then she realized. That line. That was in the girl game you were playing earlier, wasn't it? That's the phrase that triggers the flag, right? Computer game lingo, a type of foreshadowing that means a common trope is about to occur. For example, a blank 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 flag means that sometime in the future, blank 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 will happen. Death flags and love flags are common examples. She'd been living here for 3 months. She was starting to learn a little about Akihabara's culture, circa 2010. Dad, you'd better not be thinking about trying to take my route, okay? I'm not! I wouldn't do that to my own daughter! Really? I just wondered about you in the future. Huh? Even after I hit puberty, you always kept asking me to take baths with you. What? That's scary. I was in the military and you were always working on the time machine, so we couldn't always be together. You always got huggy around me. It's honestly kind of obnoxious. Is that the same one? It's very similar, if not. I don't know if I'll find it again. I don't know if it... It's slightly different. They didn't just use the same sound. It's similar, but it's not identical. Wait, one more. Yeah, this one goes up a little bit. Oh man.
父さんはさ、
He always said to me, you know,
ここは最低最悪
this is the
の世界
worst world
線
line
だけど
possible, but your birth was the best thing that could have happened. I don't want to disappoint the future, you dad, so I need to convince Uncle Ocarine no matter what.
大丈夫
It's okay, I'll never be disappointed.
そうかな。
Really?
うん
Yeah.
けどね、
But, Uncle, he just won't listen to
う
me.
ん
Oh, probably, yeah.
このままじゃ、
Boom,
おじさん
sound
は
effect
過去
coming
へ行かない。
What would we even
マキセクリス
what would we even call that one? I guess Daru.
シュタインズゲー
He's
ト
not
に
going
到
back to the
達し
past
ない
like this. He won't rescue Krisu Makase, and he won't reach Steins Gate. Steins Gate. That was the name of the mysterious world line her dad had told her about in 2036, where World War III might not occur. Leading Rintaro Okabe to that world line was her mission. But right now, it wasn't going well. Suza had come to 2010, and just like the mission she had called for, she succeeded in sending Rintaro Okabe to July 28th. But then he'd failed, and he wasn't going to try again. Every time they met, she tried to convince him, but who knew if her words were having any effect?
結局
In the end, this world line will converge into the Third World War, and many people will be killed. I came here to change that, but maybe fate says that I can't.
それを変えるために私は来て
Suza had something else she had to do here in Akihabara in December 2010, besides convincing Rintaro Okabe, and it meant she was running around every day. The exhaustion was starting to take its toll on her. This way. During the war, she'd been able to keep herself sharp at all times, and this level of exhaustion wouldn't have meant anything. The relaxed atmosphere of 2010 was actually making her realize how tired she was. She was feeling very sleepy right now, actually. She was surprised at how willing she was to fall asleep in such an undefended position, but she didn't think she could beat the temptation, and then suddenly she felt something extremely cold on the back of her neck. She snapped awake in an instant. Her movement after that were lightning quick. She jumped up and slid behind the massive body in front of her, which obviously belonged to Itaru, then grabbed his arm and twisted it as she dropped him to the floor. She went to draw the gun at her hip, and her hand swiped through empty air. And then she came back to reality. The gun was hidden. She wasn't carrying it. This wasn't 2036. Ow, 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 ouchies! 2 cans of Dr. Pepper clattered to the floor. That must have been what he'd put in her neck.
何
What
す
are
る
you
の
doing, Dad?
さっきの
Getting you
ぼ
back.
ーっとしてたから
I was half asleep. Someone almost killed you. What?
そういう訓練を
I've
受け
told
て
you,
きたん
that's
だ
how I've
か
been
ら
trained. That could have turned out really badly for you.
分かってくれ
Fine, just let me go. This really hurts.
まったくもう
Oh, sheesh. Suzuha let her father go. Ow. Taru rubbed his arm and stood up, then grabbed the cans of Dr. P off the floor. He offered one to Suzuha.
つうかさ
Anyway, you're giving up too soon. Keep at it a little longer.
多分
I think Okarine's just tired and sleeping. Put some cold Dr. P into his neck, up to his neck like I just did. He'll wake up.
なんせほら
I mean, it's Ocarine we're talking about. Yeah. She realized her dad was trying to cheer her up and nodded. Then she heard footsteps coming up the stairs and some slightly off-key humming. Ah. Their eyes met. Just the sound was enough to tell them who it was.
隠れろ鈴葉
Hi, Suzuha.
キドキ
Okie dokie. Suzuha moved fast, maybe even faster than when she'd knocked her father to the ground. She quickly and silently jumped behind the curtain that separated the lab's development room from the rest of it. Just as she hid beneath the desk, there was a knock at the door. Hello? Suzuha knew that voice, of course. It was her mom. She could tell from the noise he was making that her dad was panicking. There was another knock. Mayuri?
はいはい
Right, I'm coming. Itaru went to open the door. Suzuha took a deep breath and concentrated her mind. She remembered the time she'd spent 3 days and 3 nights on a battlefield with no food and nothing to drink, constantly aiming her rifle at the target. She erased any trace of her presence that could give her away. Her breathing started to become shallow. Dad, don't screw this up, okay? Amanishi, you're meeting Mayushi today? Itaru came back into the room with a girl.
はい
Yes, we were supposed to practice cooking
お料理
together.
が気になっているんですけど
She could hear plastic bags rustling. She must have brought the ingredients.
マユシ
Mayushi's not here yet.
そうですか
I see. Maybe I'm a little too early?
早かったかな
Yuki Amane. Just as the name Amane suggests, she was Suzuha's mother in the future. In other words, the two of them in the other room were supposed to get married. Well, if you two were supposed to meet, I'm sure she'll get here eventually, right?
待っていてもいいですか？
Can I wait here? Of course, you're going to be cooking here, right?
はい。
Yes.
田さんも
I hope you'll do some taste testing for us, Hashira. I don't know if I want to eat Mayushi's cooking.
大丈夫ですよ。
Don't worry, Mayuri's gotten a lot better lately. Huh. Itaru was clearly nervous. As far as Suzuha knew, the only girl he acted that way around was Yuki Amane. Suzuha and Mayuri were practically family, and he got along fine with big sis Rumi, Paris Nyanyan, who worked at the maid cafe next door. I feel like, to be fair, A, he's already clearly weird around a lot of women that he doesn't know. He's an otaku. A hardcore otaku. That goes with the territory. But I feel like, if somebody came up to me and was like, hey, you have to get along with this person specifically. It's important. You're going to get married and have kids. I'm that kid. This is important. Like, that makes it so awkward. Like, not that I can imagine what it would be like to have information for the future, but I feel like if somebody's like, hey, you have to get with this person, you're destined to get with this person, that would just thinking about that would throw off everything. So it wasn't that he didn't know how to act around girls, but for some reason he always acted different when she was around. She told him that Yuki would be his wife someday, and maybe he shouldn't have done that. It's too late to do anything about it now, but maybe that was a mistake, she thought. Yeah.
あの、
Is your sister not here?
妹さんは
Huh? Yeah.
そうですか。
I see. Yeah, just a smidgen of pressure. Taro Hashida's sister was none other than Suzuha herself. Around the same time Suzuha had started spending all her time at the lab, Yuki had become friends with Mayuri and Itaru, and begun visiting more frequently. Which meant that avoiding her was almost impossible, and so she was forced to tell Yuki that she was Itaru's little sister. But still, she wanted to keep contact to a minimum in order to keep Yuki from finding out somehow. That was why she was hiding. Alright, what do you think of this outfit? I just bought it.
この前買ったんですけど。
Gotta do the twirl. Yuki shows no signs of noticing Suzuha. She was twirling around in the center of the room, as if she was at a fashion show. Yuki was a cosplayer and wanted as many people as possible to see her dressed up. Mayuri had told Suzuha that once before. In fact, Yuki and Mayuri spent a lot of time complimenting each other's outfits. Yep, it's great, really great.
本当ですか？
Really? It's like, whoa, an angel for the win.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
橋田さんも
You should dress up too, Hashida. Just to lose a tiny bit of weight, and I think you'd look wonderful.
私
I'm serious, you know. Uh-oh. Taro Hashida and Yuki Amane. As she listened to their awkward conversation, Suzuha remembered the last time she'd said goodbye to her dad. 2036, 813. Dad, the peacekeeping squads have reached Masanebashi, one of the bridges at the south side of Akihabara that crosses over the Kanda River. The original Masanebashi was built in a different spot when new Masanebashi, Mansaibashi Bridge was built in its current location. The old bridge became known as Old Mansaibashi until it was taken down altogether in 1906. The bridge only came into its current arc shape after several rebuildings, including one after the Great Kanto earthquake. Which means it's only a matter of time until they find this place. Maybe. I guess the false information I leaked didn't do us any good. Let's hurry. Yeah, I'm opening it up.
すごい。
Wow, I had no idea there was a door here. Nobody will ever find this, huh? Come on inside.
ここって
What is this place? The room was almost totally bare and covered from top to bottom in soundproofing materials. Not only were there no windows, there wasn't even a door to the hallway. The building they were in was once a symbol of old Akihabara before it was almost entirely destroyed by an air raid during the last days of the Third World War. Only a few people knew about the secret room inside of it. The biggest reason it was a secret was the silhouette of what looked like a satellite sitting in the corner.
あ
Oh, this is the time machine, isn't it?
これが
This is
タ
the
イム
time
マシン
machine.
危ないからあまり
Kagari,
近
it's
づくな
dangerous, so don't get too close. Suzuha spoke to the little girl clutching Mayuri's hand. Most of the children in this era had skin inflammation somewhere in their body from all the radioactive rain, but she didn't. Her name was Kagari Shina. Her registration form said she was 10 years old, but no one knew if that was true. She was an orphan who'd lost her parents in the Tokyo air raids when she was a baby, and nobody even knew her birthday. The name Kagari had been given to her by Mayuri, who was working at the child welfare center that had taken her in. She took it from the word Kagaribi, meaning bonfire, in hope that she could be a light even in these dark days. It had been 4 years since Mayuri had adopted her, and her name on the registration form had become Kagari Shina.
綺麗だね
It's pretty, Mom.
そう
Yeah, it is. Suzuha motioned for the Shinas to step back and put her right hand to the right eye up to the time machine's sensors. The biometrics check cleared and the hatch slid open. Use of fingerprints, voice recognition, vein, iris scanning, etc. instead of a password. She went inside and fastened herself into the seat. We've never done a manned jump of this length before, but the technology is just fine. Just do it like the test jumps.
ドキドキ
Okie dokie is always the way to go. Suzuha began to flip switches, working her way through the startup procedure. She practiced it hundreds of times in preparation for this day. The faint rumble from the machine began to get louder. According to the data, the spot we're in now was the roof of the old radio building. There's a gap of about a meter, so when you land there's going to be an impact.
了解
Roger. The time machine could move through time, but not space. To arrive at the radio building more than 60 years in the past, he needed to stop yawning. She needed to launch from right here. Even if something happens, stay calm. Remember your training.
大丈夫だよ
I'll be fine. I believe in your machine, Dad.
私は父さんのマシンを信じてるから
Whatever happens, remember the basics of CQC. Words must have meant a lot to him because he stuck out his lip towards her. She squished them back with her hand.
気持ち悪い
That's creepy.
悲しいな
That makes me sad. Do you not like your daddy, Suzuha?
父さんがやると
When you do it, it seems like you mean something else.
いくらなんでも
Come on, I wouldn't think of my own daughter that way.
最近母さ
So
んに
who
似
was
て
it
き
who was
た
saying,
は
you're
ず
starting to remind me of your
どっか言
mother,
ってたの
pant
どこの
pant?
誰
To be fair, that sounds exactly like something he'd say. Her mother wasn't here. She'd become a victim of the war, brutally killed by the peacekeeping squads.
冗談を真に受け
Don't
る
take my jokes seriously, please.
なんだ冗談だった
What? It
の
was a joke? Suzuha's voice sounded kind of disappointed. She set the destination for August 13th, 1975. Her first mission was there.
これでよし
That does it. Okay, Dad, Mayu.
なゆ姉さん
She was about to say her goodbyes, but then... Bad things, you know. Sure, it's fine. That was from the roof. They're coming in. Damn it, they're faster than I thought. Suzuha drew her gun from her holster. She was about to get out of the time machine, but her dad stopped her.
ダメだ
No, just go. But you'll
俺たちのことはいい
be fine. Just go, Suzuha. No, I can't.
マユシ
Mayushi, get Kagari in there. Huh?
このマシンには
There's room for another person in here. Mayuri and Suzuha's father picked up the stunned Kagari and stuffed her into the time machine.
すずち
Suzu, take care of Kagari.
ゃんわかった
Okay. If Suzuha's mission succeeded, the world line would be rebuilt, and it was likely that the present Kagari would cease to exist. It might have been pointless to send her. But even so, a mother wants her child to live. That's how Suzuha's mom was too. Mommy? Kagari finally seemed to understand what was going on. She called out to her mom. No, I don't wanna go.
大丈夫だよ
It's okay, Kagari. Suzu's with you, okay? No, I wanna go with
過
you.
去へ行けば
If you go to the past, you'll see the old me. I'll be a lot younger than I am now. I bet you'll be surprised.
若くて
Mayuri handed Kagari a tiny keychain.
びっくり
It looked old. It may have been a brightly colored green once, but now it's completely faded.
ママがずっと大
This
切
is
に
Mommy's
して
Upa keychain. I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay? The mascot character of Rainet Kakaru anime. A dog-like virtual pet with an egg-shaped cylindrical body and short, stubby arms and legs. Comes in many different colors. It can't talk, but it can communicate by crying Oopa or Oopa.
だだよかがりちゃんにあげる
Once it was pressed firmly into Kagari's hand, she stepped back. Mayuri was smiling, but weeping at the same time. No, I don't want to go. I want to stay with you, Mommy. No.
かがり
Kagari, be quiet. Kagari fell silent immediately. Even Suzu had never heard Mayuri use that tone of voice. That's how harshly she scolded her daughter. Ah. I mean, it seems like bad things going to be out there, so Kagari was quietly weeping, unmoving. Clearly, everything just needs barrels. I'm closing the hatch. This time, the hatch really did begin to close. The inside of the machine and the outside of it, the two worlds were about to be completely cut off from one another. Sad barrel for that. Whether Suzuha's mission was successful or not, she would probably never see any of them again. Suzu, make sure you take care of Kagari. And tell Ocarina that Steins Gate really exists. Tell him, don't give up no matter what, you moron.
ドキドキ
And then the door was sealed shut, and Mayuri and Itaru's voices disappeared along with the chaos outside.
父さん太郎
Dad,
大
I
好き
love you. She whispered towards the door, now sealed shut.
行くよか
The
がり
bot wants that one. Let's go, Kagari. To the past. She booted up the time machine.
芦田さん作業は
Ashida,
どこ
where's the vacuum? Suzuha snapped back to reality. Yuki was getting closer to the development room she was hiding in. It's right behind that curtain. Oh, crap! Behind the curtain? I'll get it. Itaru motioned for her to stop and then quickly slid into the room. As he reached down to pick up the vacuum off the floor, his gaze locked with Suzuha's as she hid under the desk.
バレないようにしてよ
Make sure she doesn't find out, Dad. Okie dokie.
ありましたか掃除
Did you find the vacuum? Oh, yes! Evidently, Yuki was trying to be nice by cleaning up. The place is pretty messy right now. Knowing Yuki's personality, Suzuha could imagine she'd want to clean it. Itaru grabbed what looked like a vacuum cleaner off the floor and left the development room.
何ですか
What is that thing? Future gadget number 5! Once again, I've made a worthless object by Goemon. The future gadget of your dreams, made by connecting a dryer and a vacuum. It uses the exhaust from the vacuum in the dryer. The name comes from the famous anime about a phantom thief, Lupance III. Yes. If you take it apart, you can use it as a normal vacuum.
お掃除するための
A vacuum's supposed to clean. If you take it apart, won't it just make more of a mess? You're so smart, Hashira, but sometimes you can be so silly. You think so?
でも
But you know, I like people like that.
私
What did you say? Itaru started to panic again, and Suzuha sighed.
ただ
But I think you really do need to reconsider the way you live.
お部屋の掃除は
You should clean every day if you can. This place gets especially dusty.
それだけじゃありません
That's not all. There's also what you eat. You had instant ramen again today, didn't you? How did you know?
台所に
There was a half-eaten cup of ramen in the kitchen. I see.
それに
And I look at all these snacks. I tell you all the time that you eat too much. I do try to watch it, you know.
一応じゃダメ
Trying isn't good enough. If you keep eating nothing but cup noodles and snacks, you're gonna get sick, okay? Also, you need to exercise a little. Lupance forever. Yuki Amane was saying the exact same thing that Suzu had just said.
The ultimate flavor experience.
See? Daru knows. They really were mother and child, perhaps. Suzuha was just beginning to feel a little homesick when she sensed another visitor approaching. The door to the lab opened, and a greeting she'd heard many times before resounded throughout the room.
ごめんね
Sorry, Yuki, I'm a little late.
ちょっと遅れちゃった
It was Mayuri coming to see Yuki, but There's another presence there too.
まゆりちゃん、
Hi there, Mayuri.
岡部さんも一緒だったん
I
です
see
ね
Okabe's with you.
お
Oh, Ocarine, it's been forever, man.
ああ。久しぶり。
Oh, yeah, it has. When she heard his voice, Suzuha ground her teeth a little. No, he doesn't.
興味深いわね。
Interesting.
なんだって？
What did you say?
聞こえなかった？
Kai's model
興
thing.
味
Yeah,
深いって言
yeah.
ったの。
Didn't you hear me? I said it was interesting.
まさか。
You're not going to tell me you want to go, are you?
ぜひお願い。
I'd love to.
話すべき
I
じゃな
shouldn't
かった
shouldn't have told you. I was standing in the middle of Ikebukuro with a smartphone in one hand, staring up at the sky. I've been trying to talk to the Amadeus Krisu as much as possible lately. Sometimes I would contact her, and sometimes Krisu would contact me. Didn't feel any different than having a friend who lived in the real world. Yeah, but I feel like it's just, you don't see a lot of the protag's like face model outfit often. It's not something you see too often in visual novels. Talking on a smartphone in a crowded place like this was a little embarrassing, but I told myself that compared to the things I used to do, it was nothing. I had chosen harmless topics for discussion, but it still reminded me so much of talking to the old Krisu that I sometimes forgot myself. I'd done that just now when I accidentally told her about the lab. She'd seized on it.
あんたが今話し
So this lab you were talking about, did the original me ever go there? Correct, yes, he absolutely looks not well. Yeah, that's 100% factual. Oh man, if the cover art for the game is really good, but it really makes him look not well, even more than this. Zero cover art? If I can find that one, yeah, here you go. Not the one. Oh, that's, yeah, the close-up of him here, hold on. Copy image address. It's gonna be a long heckin' Google image link. So it's actually not that bad. But like, yeah, like that's the official art for it. He just looks ill. But again, like, it's only been like 4 months, so like I get it. Yeah, no.
はっきりしない。
Well, that tells me nothing. Which is it?
ないよ。
Never. Krisu had been part of the lab in the Alpha World line. Oh, the art's great. I love the general art style and look of the Steins Gate games. And the concept art really captures it like that, like really well. In this world line, she died before ever becoming a lab member. Of course, she'd never even known where it
お
was.
前は
You seem to have the wrong idea, so let me straighten you out. We call it a lab, but it's not. It's a group of people messing
それ
around.
に
And Suzuha is living there right now, and Daru spent a lot of time there. If they found out about Krisu, things could get complicated.
言いかけて
I'd prefer it if you would finish your sentences.
なんでもない。
It's nothing.
いずれにせよ。
Either way, I want to see more of the outside world. All the times I talked to Maho and the professor, it's been inside the lab.
だからこうして
That's why I'm out here early on a Sunday morning, taking you around Ikebukuro.
袋を案内してやっている
10 a.m. Even at this hour, the area in front of the Ikebukuro station was crowded. It was going to get even more crowded as it got closer to
な
noon.
んなら
I was willing to take you to Maiden's Road if I had to.
覚悟は
Great sacrifice.
何をそれ。
What's that?
お前の知らない
There's a
世界が
whole
広がる
world there you know nothing about.
待って。
She's an at channeler. She knows a little bit about it. Wait, I just looked it up. Hmm.
本当に興味が
Are you really interested? Of course not.
とにかく。
Anyway, take me to this lab of yours today. Now that you've told me about it, you need to take responsibility. Got it? And then she hung up. It's like I was her own personal taxi service. Krisu couldn't move around on her own, so there was no getting around that, but
まったく
sheesh, she's so selfish.
わがままなやつめ
She didn't seem to think very highly of me. At this rate, she might start treating me worse than a servant. The real Krisu was one thing, or no, maybe it wasn't. But being treated that way by the artificial Krisu was incredibly humiliating. Wouldn't it be a humiliation for all of humanity? Maybe I should do something about this. As I mumbled to myself.
これ
Huh? Ocarine? Mayuri called out to me. She was carrying a lot of bags. It was probably materials for one of the costumes. Hey, were you just talking to someone? Huh? Oh, that was a friend from my class at college. I see. So are you going to meet them today too?
いや
No,
今日は
I don't have any
別に
plans for
予定は
today.
ないわ
Are you going to work, Mayuri? Nope, I'm meeting Yuki at the lab. The lab.
ラボ
Was this good timing or bad timing? I know. Why don't you come with me? It's been so long and you'll get to eat Yuki's home cooking. And Mayushi's gonna try hard to make something too. How about it? In the end, I went with her.
ずいぶん嬉しそう
You look really happy. Yep, I am happy. Mayuri had been smiling the whole time. But I was the opposite. The minute I got here, I was so nervous. I felt like I was about to throw up. I don't really want to see Suzuha. Huh? Are you okay, Okabe?
お
Yeah. Oh, hey. It's our friend. The door to the Brawn Tube workshop on the first floor opened, and out came the building's owner, Yugo Tennoji. A CRT TV shop located on the first floor of the multi-purpose Obiyama building. In Suhiro-cho, at the very back of the store, is a very rare 42-inch CRT TV. Yugo Tennoji, the owner of the store, also owns the building. It only gets a few customers a day, but strangely enough, it's been one of the few stores that survived over the years in the constantly changing landscape of Akihabara. In this timeline, he's not friend. Mr. Tennoji. Hey there. Wow, aren't you cold in just a t-shirt? I'm pretty tough. When I'd been living in the lab, I'd given him the nickname Mr. Braun. Been a long time since I'd seen him. Okabe, from the look of it, you're actually making something of yourself at college.
どうも
Thanks.
そういえば家賃
Come to think of it, how are we handling the rent? I asked Mayuri instead of him. I used to give it directly to Tennoji, but... Hashida deposits the money when it's due, don't worry.
そう
I see. Yeah. This man, was he a rounder in this world line too? There was no way I could ask him. How did things go with Krisu after that? We got no problems? Can we do something about her mouth? I want to talk to Maho too. Oh. Also, potions, in these text messages, they have custom stickers that they use, which are all great. They're all good, and I hope some show up here. Yeah, again, I know the exact... Besides the fact that I remember, because I had to go to those points a few times, I do have just a spoilerless thing of like the points that actually matter. So, take your pick. We need more stickers. I agree. The choices. Oh, wrong button. No problems. Can we do something about her mouth? I want to talk to Maho. Mouth? Alright. Krisu? She can be really nasty. She's what you call a tsundere. A tsundere? I don't know what that is, but are you sure you didn't just tick her off? Krisu does not suffer fools gladly. Yeah, and like, we have way more wallpapers of Garo Froggies than we need. I don't know why there's only one Upa and tons of Garo Froggies. I don't understand. There's no way I could ask him. Also, we've only saved once, haven't we? Just more than one save is a good idea. I couldn't help but be wary of him. That's why I started to put some distance between us. Because it's all a delusion, clearly. A real booted Garo Froggy delusion. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised one of the wallpapers isn't a Garo Froggy with a D-sword. If nothing else, I'd avoid trying to interact with them. Bye now. Don't cause too much trouble. Taku's Garo Froggy. Tennoji saw that I'd gone silent and went back inside. Mayuri looked over at me with a worried expression. You okay? Sure you don't want to go home? Let's go. Tennoji didn't matter. What mattered was, why was I here? Did I feel like something needed to change? Did I really want to show Krisu the lab? I went up the stairs, still unsure of the answer. Mayuri went in first. Sorry, Yuki, I'm a little late. Hey there, Mayuri. I peeked inside the room. Daru and Yuki were there. Their eyes went wide when they saw me. I see, Okabe's with you. Oh, Ocarine, it's been forever, man. Oh, yeah, it has. I quickly scanned the room. Excuse me, there was no sign of Suzuha. Part of me was a little relieved. If only he knew. Can I come in? It's your own lab, dude. Don't ask that.
それもそうか。
That's true, I
さ
guess.
すがにこの状
I
況
don't
で
think I can call Krisu right
ク
now.
リスを呼び出すことはできな
Huh.
さそうだ
Are
な。
you sure? Oh, won't let me. Damn it. I followed Mayuri to the lab and tried to relax my legs by sitting on the couch, but I didn't feel relaxed at all. It felt like my skin was crawling. I glanced over at Yuki.
ゆきさ
That outfit's so cute, Yuki.
んまゆりちゃんにそう
It's always weird seeing Mayuri sans hat. I wore it because I wanted to hear you say that. That's so nice. Mayushi wants to wear it too.
後でお洋服
Wanna switch outfits later?
サイズ合う
Would I be the right size? I had heard about Yuki's future from Suzuha too. I still couldn't believe someone this pretty was going to marry Daru.
なんだ。
What the?
そろそろラボに
I figured you would have reached the lab by now. It's not wrong, and honestly, she looks fine. It's just you're so used to seeing her with the hat. Needs hat, must have hat. I ran into the development room in the back, clutching my smartphone.
お前結構
You've got a lot of free time, don't you?
どうして声を
Why are you lowering your voice? Do you not want your friends to know about me?
当たり前だろ。
Of course not! I hadn't even checked with Maho and Dr. Lekishin to see if it was okay to tell other people about Amadeus.
まあいいわ
Well, that's fine. I can figure out what's going on. Krisu lowered her voice as well.
少しでいいから
Just give me a little look around the room. All you have to do is hold the camera up.
まったく。
Sheesh. I sighed and held out the smartphone up to my chest. I spun around once, like I was taking a video with my camera.
汚すぎ
Filthy. I
最初
mean,
の感想が
that's your first impression?
ごめん
Sorry, I'll try that again. It's full of junk. Oh, that's worse. That wasn't much better. Well, it was true.
研究室という
I know labs are never clean, but this is especially bad.
の前に下宿先
It's about as bad as Maho's hotel room.
そういう個人のプライ
Is it okay to share her private information like that?
あんたからも先輩
You should tell her to clean her room too. She'd bite my head off if I did that. But still. It is, yes. Don't worry about it. It's one of the future gadget laboratory gadgets, and it's a modified claymore, but I don't remember what it's like the instant humidifier, right? They used that in the first game as a smoke cloud. It's basically a smoke cloud creator. So it's modified, it doesn't explode with any harmful force, it just instantly massively over-humidifies a room, which ends up making a smoke cloud. Krisu paused and smiled.
こういうルームシェ
I
ア
kind of always wanted to have a shared room like this.
人が集まってると
It must be pretty nice if there are all these people here.
クリス。
Krisu. Yeah, Krisu. In the Alpha World line, he said the same thing.
お前は
You really...
おじさん
Uncle, who are you talking to? They don't give Mamoru a lot of lines in this one to go full Mamoru, but when they do, it's great. I suddenly heard a girl's voice from under the desk and was so surprised I screamed. Who's there?
黙っ
Shh,
て
be quiet. Huh? Is that you, Suzuha? You know, if you didn't want us to be super surprised and yell out your name, maybe don't surprise us when we don't think there's anyone in the room. Was she hiding? But why? Daru, Mayuri, and Yuki heard me scream and ran over to see what the problem was. Yeah, that's on her.
どうしたの
Ocarina, what's wrong?
あれ
Huh? Is that
そこにい
Suzuha?
る鈴葉さんあちゃ
Uh-oh. Suzuha looked upset. It was only then that I realized that who she was hiding from. Awkward moment, it's fine. And now, for our next story. Yasukazu Komazawa, a member of the Diet House of Representatives, held a press conference today at 10 a.m. to announce his resignation after accepting illegal donations from corporations. Man, imagine bribery being illegal. No, can't imagine it. Someone had left the TV on and it was playing the afternoon news. Suzuha knew no one was watching it, but she used the remote to turn the volume up anyway. She wanted to keep the girls in the shower room from hearing us. I could hear Mayuri and Yuki laughing from the shower. Mentioning owning up to it, yeah. Well, you only need to own up to it if it's illegal. When it's been made legal, what do you own up to? It's illegal. Things had gotten really awkward when Yuki had found Suzuha, but Mayuri quickly came up with a plan. At first, her plan was for the three of them, including Suzuha, to shower naked together and hopefully get Yuki and Suzuha more comfortable around each other. Mayuri's mind works in strange ways, but at the same time, she's usually right, and I bet you it would work. Or it would be even more awkward, but Mayuri's usually right. She does have weird logic, but again, generally is correct. But Suzuha said that the shower room was too small for 3 people and refused. Also true. Well, this is a problem. Suzuha was staring up at the ceiling. It's not your fault, Suzuha. It's Okarin's. No, this is on her. It's your fault for not telling me about her earlier. There wasn't time. And she could have just kept quiet. That's all she had to do is not surprise us. And anyway, you were mumbling into your smartphone back there. What were you doing? I was, well, you were talking to somebody, weren't you? I got this new app and I was trying it out. Ooh, a girl game one. So you got into those, huh? He looks so excited. I can give you my list of recommended apps later then. But thanks. I guess I'd managed to fool them about Amadeus. In any event, it was my screw up. Sorry for scaring you. See, at least she, like, yes, problems happen, but it was on her. Why do you need to hide from her anyway? You've already told her you're Daru's sister. Hiding just makes you look more suspicious. Suzuha had tried to avoid Yuki to begin with. Just meeting her father was enough to potentially cause a time paradox, she said, and that chance went up even more if she met her mother. But Yuki had found her before long, and Suzuha had been forced to say she was Daru's little sister. Yuki believed it, so why make things any more complicated? Sure, but Mom wants to be friends with me more than I thought she would. If I talk to her too much, I might slip up. If you see someone who's just like you, you either hate them or take an interest in them, I bet. And Yuki Amane was the latter. It'd be much easier if she hated me. You could just tell her, or maybe not. Right now, only a few people know that Suzuha was a time traveler. Me, Daru, Mayuri, and Ferris. That was all. Wait, do we have to explain anything at all? Huh? Amaneshi isn't really the type to pry. You should know that, right, Suzuha? You're right, she wasn't like that in the future. Then what's the problem? When the time comes, I'll explain it to her. Really? Yeah. Fine, I'll leave it to you. Suzuha nodded. So from now on, you can stop trying to avoid Amaneshi. I don't know if I can do that without screwing up. It'll be fine. I don't know if you're one to talk, though. Hmm? Look at how awkward you just were with her. I'm not the problem here. You both kinda are. And then the conversation came to a halt, which meant we started thinking about the voices coming from the shower room. And so... Daru opened his mouth. Perhaps he couldn't take it anymore. Can I go watch Nico live streaming? There's a Bloodtoon stream on now. Anime called Bloodtoon, the animation, originally a manga. It was animated last year. The show drew a lot of attention from anime fans, and the main heroine, Sierra Orgo, has become popular enough to have many figures. Yes, she does, doesn't she? Very realistic figures. You can almost hear them talking to you. A live streaming service offered by the major streaming site, Nico Nia Video. You're going to do it even if I tell you no, right? Yup. Then go ahead. Suzuha sighed, and Daru sat in front of the PC and put his headphones on. Definitely something I didn't pick up on my first time through, because how could I? Yeah, no. Hey. What is it, Uncle? I was just thinking about how well you get along with your dad. Really? Good times. Yeah, Daru was like this in the future, wasn't he? He was thinner and cooler. Okay, we saw the art of him. He wasn't much thinner. I can't even imagine. And then the conversation died again. There were a ton of things I needed to talk to Suzuha about, but that was why I couldn't say a word. Maybe it was the same for her. Since there was nothing else to do, Suzuha and I turned back to the TV. The news was still on. The opening event for the French fashion brand La Paradis was held in Ginza this morning. And the newscaster spoke. I could see over 100 women lined up in front of a store.
平和だね。
So peaceful, isn't it?
私が物心ついた
By the time I was old enough to remember anything, this was all
すでにこんな
gone.
光景は存在し
On
な
the
かった
TV, a girl in a pretty outfit was talking to an interviewer.
羨ましいな。
I'm
彼
jealous.
女たちは
They don't have to kill anyone, and nobody's going to kill them.
私が育った
In
時
the
代
world
は
I
さ
grew up in, you had to kill without
相
mercy,
手
no
が
matter if
男
they
だ
were
ろ
a
うと
man
女
or
だ
a
ろうと
woman.
次の瞬間には
Your life could end at any moment. That terror was with you every second of the day.
恐怖を忘れるため
The
に
only way to forget the terror was to give yourself over to the madness and become one of the
自
killers.
分が殺す側に
That
回る
was
しか
war.
なかっ
That
た
was
よ
Suzuwa's life. I had been to many nightmarish world lines, but none of them were that
お
bad.
父さんたちは
My dad's work on the time machine got him branded a rebel.
反政府組織と見な
Daru
さ
had
れ
made the time machine that brought Suzuwa here. It was far more powerful than the one that existed in the Alpha world line.
私も軍から離脱して
I left the military to join him in his group,
加わったから
and the police and peacekeeping squads came after me.
それからは
The battles after that
も
were
っともっ
worse,
と
and
ひ
there
ど
were
い
lots
戦
of
闘が
them.
何度正義のための戦い
I don't want to use the phrasing fighting the good fight.
たくさん殺したし
I killed a lot of people and lost many of my friends and comrades.
大勢その中には
One of them was my mother.
私の母さ
Daru
ん
was still staring at the computer screen, but I could see him twitch. He must have been listening to Suzuwa while he pretended to look at the
軍
screen.
の無人機から私を
She
守
tried to
ろうと
protect me from one of the army's drones and was gunned down. This was the first time I'd heard how Yuki Amine had died. She was in the next room right now, having fun in the shower, and that was how she was going to die?
この目で
I saw her ripped apart with my own
ズタズタに
eyes.
されていく
Her
母
warm
さんを
blood
見た
splattered all over me.
この
Maybe the reason
全身
Suzuwa didn't want to talk to her mother in 2010 was that she didn't want her asking about the future. There's no way Suzuwa could tell her that.
ね
Listen, Uncle Ocarine.
え、おか
At
り
some
お
point,
じさん
Suzuwa's eyes had started to overflow with
この
tears.
世界線の行き着く
This world can
先は
only go to one place, hell.
今すぐ
It doesn't have to be right now. There's still a little time, I think.
だから
So just think about it again, please.
お願いだよ
Please.
俺は
I knew it. In my mind, I knew it. The right thing to do was to do as she asked, but
死にたく
I don't want to die. The sensation I felt with the knife slipped into her flesh, and I took the life of the girl I loved. It went from my hand to my arm, and then to the rest of my body, and I started shaking. My vision blurred, then almost went black. My hands went to my mouth. There was a wave of pain, like my stomach was turning inside out.
おじさん
Uncle?
大丈夫か
Are you okay, Ogreen? Yeah, sorry. Suzuha poured me a cup of water and I gulped it down.
ごめん
Sorry, it was too early to talk about this. No, it's nothing. I'm fine.
大したことない大丈夫だ
I sank into the sofa and tried to calm
鈴
down.
葉の言いたいことも
I know what you want to say and how you feel, but I've gone through so many world
こ
lines.
とは違う世
I've seen
界線
people in
で
other world lines have their fates toyed with by the
タイ
time
ムマシン
machine.
に運命を翻弄される人たちを見
I
て
looked straight into Suzuha's
お
eyes.
前の非業の
I've
結末
seen your
で
own tragic end,
俺自身もそれ
and
に
I've
巻き込
realized that
ま
I'm
れて
powerless to do anything.
何も
Humanity was
無力だ
powerless
って
before the
ことを
laws of this
タイム
world.
マシンを使って
Using the time machine to
世界
change the
線を
world
改
lines
変
means
するのは
breaking the rules of the
俺たち
universe.
人間が手を出
It's
して
not the
いい領域
province of
じゃない
humanity.
いわば
You could say it's the province of
多分そ
God.
れに触れれば
If we try, we'll suffer an even more horrible punishment. That's what I think.
それが
Is that your answer, Uncle Ocarine?
少なくとも
For now, if nothing else.
そう
I see.
ただの逃げだと
Feel free to tell me I'm just running away. No, I
そんな
won't
こ
do
としな
that.
いよ
Suzuha looked up at the ceiling and sighed. That must have been a habit she picked up lately.
続いてのニュースです
And now our next top story.
厚生労働省は
The Ministry of Health announced that there have been no reported cases in Japan of the new form of encephalitis that is ravaging America. But this new virus has a long incubation period, and they cannot deny the possibility that it has already arrived in Japan. The ministry has ordered all medical organizations in the country to draw up treatment plans and investigate the virus's spread. We're here with Soko Haruyama of Ochinomizu Medical University. So, Ms. Haruyama, what sort of symptoms does this new encephalitis cause? The new virus does not spread easily, but it has a long incubation period and appears without warning. The main symptoms are hallucinations and memory problems. For example, you think you are at work and suddenly you find yourself at home, or you have memories of meeting someone you've never met. There have been reports of that. Also, memories can be confused. You might have memories of events that never occurred. Yeah, anything about global virus spread, it's a little different. Yeah. You lose the ability to tell the difference between dreams and reality, or perhaps your sense of the passage of time. In some cases, your memories will no longer match those of the people around you. You could describe it as similar to deja vu, or even the feeling you get when you're only half awake, but the symptoms are far more pronounced than that. The name of a strange sensation in which you feel that you've been through a situation before, even if you know that you can't possibly have done so. The sensation is strong and realistic enough that it cannot simply be attributed to forgetfulness or imagination. But since you can't remember when or where you experienced it before, it creates a strong feeling of unease. The cause of this sensation is still unknown. One theory says it's a result of an extremely rare but temporary disjunction between the parts of the brain that govern recall and memory. Another theory says that it's the result of a temporary spasm of the hippocampal gyrus. What about treatment methods? Unlike other forms of encephalitis, we know that with proper treatment, a full recovery is possible. So even if we do see some cases in Japan, it's not a matter for serious concern. The reporter was still talking, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. The information I just heard was that shocking. A new kind of encephalitis? I knew the symptoms she was describing. Losing the ability to discriminate between dreams and reality. Losing your sense of the passage of time. Your memory is no longer matching those of the people around you. That was exactly the same as reading Steiner. Ah, 1975, 8:13. The interior of the time machine smelled like metal and was covered in instruments of different sizes. The girl inside was sobbing. Yeah, exactly. It's been almost an hour since Susa had left to go look around. She'd assumed that Kagari would have stopped crying by then, but she'd had no such luck. How long are you going to keep crying? You need to get it together. Think about how big Sis Mayu felt. Kagiri Shina looked up at Suzuha, her face wet with tears. So, don't cry. It's annoying. But... Suzuha walked over to Kagari and knelt down so they'd be at eye level. She had no intention of spoiling her. Her goal was to save billions of lives, and this was her first mission. Listen, from now on I'm treating you as a member of Valkyrie. You work for me, and you're not a civilian. Demigoddess from Norse mythology. There are many Valkyries, and at least several dozen are given names. They chose who will die on the battlefield and who will be victorious, and they take the souls of those who fought bravely to Valhalla to prepare for the coming Ragnarok. Skuld, one of the three Norns, and the goddess of the future, is a Valkyrie. This is the year 1975. Nobody we know is alive here. Dad and Big Sis Mayu haven't even been born yet. In other words, there's no one to protect us. The only one who can protect you is yourself, got it? Yeah. Kagari was a brave girl, and she finally realized that now wasn't the time for tears. She tried to stop crying. It wasn't working well, but it was a lot better for her emotions than sobbing. She was a smart girl. Suzuha knew that. There's not a lot of time. If someone from this era finds the time machine, it'll cause a big commotion. The machine had landed on the roof of the radio building, which wasn't a spot that people visited often. The chances of anyone finding it were slim, but in this era they had no one to help them conceal it. That meant they couldn't stay long. She needed to finish her mission quickly and move on to the next time period. If something goes wrong, can't we just use the time machine to come back? There's not enough fuel. We can't jump an infinite number of times. If it won't work when it really counts, then this is all for nothing. I see. Can you stand up? Suzuha stepped out of the machine and beckoned to Kagari. Kagari looked surprised. Her eyes were narrowed at the bright sunlight. The sky above Tokyo in this time period was too dirty to be called blue. Smoke and dust clouds filled with who knew what were rising from the rows of smokestacks. It all combined with the black exhaust from the cars that scurried along the ground to create smog so thick you could literally see it. The sky above the city was covered by a veil of death. But still, it was the first clear sky that Kagari had ever seen. She'd only ever known from books and videos that the sky could be this bright. The nuclear weapons used during the Third World War had changed the weather over Tokyo, and the sky was constantly covered in dull gray clouds. Just LA? Yeah, it's just any big city at that point, yeah. The sun's light was always weak when it shone through them, and it was never this bright. When I was a kid, the sky was still like this. I don't remember much, but I remember it a little. Suzuha looked up at the sky too. The air is so clean. I mean, relatively. In 2036, you needed a filter and a mask to go outside for any length of time. Compared to that, 1975 was a lot cleaner. Now you understand why everyone was willing to risk it all to change the world line, right, Kagari? The world lines, history, you can worry about that stuff later. For now, just focus on protecting this sky. Kagari sipped her hand into her pocket and took out the faded green Upa keychain. She stared at it with a sad look on her face. She was probably thinking about Mayuri, her mother, and she was probably trying to understand what it meant that her mother had put her inside the time machine. Suzuha decided that Kagari was alright now and closed the hatch on the time machine from the outside. The lock flipped on automatically. The only person who could open it now was Suzuha, whose biometrics had been loaded into the system ahead of time. Even if someone did find the machine, it would be a while before they found out what it was. Kagari, take a look at this. Suzuha handed her a printout of a photo. What is this? It's a retro PC called the IBM 5100. Fictional, IBM's first portable computer, which went on sale in 1975. The design includes an integrated monitor and a keyboard, and while it's described as portable, it weighs almost 25 kilograms. In the 2000s, John Titor revealed that there was a special computer language that could only be used on devices of this type, which was not described in the manual. IBM developers would later admit he was correct. I don't know what you're talking about. It's nothing concerning here. None of the ones in our time still worked, but here we should be able to find a working one. My first mission, and yours, is to split up and find it. Yeah, we can communicate with this. He handed Kagari a small transceiver. I was told it doesn't have a very long range, so don't expect too much from it. Okie dokie. We'll meet in front of this building every 90 minutes for a status report, got it? Good answer. Suzuha nodded and patted Kagari on the head. Okay, let's get started. Suzuha was on the top of the radio building in 2010 looking down. 35 years, huh? That's how long ago it had been in real time since she'd spoken to Kagari here. From her perspective, it had only been a few months. The view from up here had changed a lot since then, and in the next 26 years it would change even more. She'd seen for herself how this building changed over a span of 61 years. The thought didn't make her feel sentimental. Instead, she felt the loneliness and fear that comes from having a past not shared with anyone else. Using the time machine to change the world lines means breaking the rules of the universe. Rintaro Okabe's words flashed through her mind. Still, lately she'd been thinking more about Kagari. She'd been searching the city at regular intervals. She was looking for Kagari Shina. She didn't even know if she was in Tokyo. She had no clue. She didn't even know what Kagari looked like now. So maybe it was a waste of time. Even so, she had to find Kagari herself. But she hadn't had any better luck today. She turned around and looked towards the time machine. She would come here every day. Her primary reason for coming was to see if her father, Itaru Hishida, had been here. Anytime she let her guard down, he would come to try and examine it. She told him it would cause a time paradox, but he didn't listen. She needed to keep constant watch. Yeah, never me. No. To be honest, she had a lot of things she had to do. And then she heard the metal door to the roof open. Was it her dad? She squinted into the darkness, but the person she saw was much smaller than Itaru, and had cat ears coming out of their head. Yeah, there you are. Suzu-nyan, good evening. Oh, it's you, Big Sis Rumi. Ferris Nyan Nyan had a spring in her step as she approached Suzuha. Clearly, Suzuha's not one for nicknames. Who's Rumi? I'm Ferris. Yeah. You're big sis Rumi. Ferris's real name was Rumiho Akiha. She was Daru's friend and had helped them in many different ways in 2036. So Suzuha had known her ever since she was very young, and had always called her Big Sis Rumi. I guess that's the reason too. For whatever reason in this era, she always wanted to be called Ferris, though. When Suzuha asked why, she simply responded, Ferris is Ferris, nya, an answer which meant nothing to Suzuha. Nobody was in the lab, so I thought you might be here. Guess I was right. Here, I brought you a snack. It's leftovers, though. Ferris showed her a cake box with the logo from the maid cafe where she worked, May Queen Nyan Nyan. I'm glad Dad wasn't at the lab. If he ate something like that at this hour, he'd get even fatter. It's not for Daru Nyan, it's for you. For me? Why? Yeah, haha, you know you love it. Ferris grinned and nudged Suzuha in the side with her elbow. I don't. There's an apple tart, a Mont Blanc, and in the end, a piece of strawberry shortcake, too. See, doesn't it look good, Nya? Ferris opened up the box and showed her what was inside. Suzuha could smell the sweet cream and fruit. Come on, eat up. Don't worry about a thing, Nya. Open wide. I'll feed it right into your cute little meowth. I'll put it in the fridge for tomorrow. Nya, haha, you're such a stoic Suzunyan. Ferris laughed and handed over the box. It is a Pokemon, yes. They expire tomorrow, so make sure you eat up before they do, Nya. Thanks. You're welcome. Ferris gave her a mischievous wink and looked up at the time machine beside them. How's Daru Nyan's time machine research going? He's working hard, I guess. Big Sis Rumi, is it okay to leave this machine here? Suzuha looked around the roof as she asked. It was solely thanks to Ferris that no one had really noticed the massive object on the roof. She was the heir to a rich family that had a lot of influence in this area, and had contributed a lot to the development of Akihabara. She was helping to hide the time machine. Yep, I've rented out this whole floor, or roof, I guess. It's fine, yeah? I told the owner that we're developing a VR game. It's not the best excuse in the world, but it works. It's a huge help. Don't worry about it. I'm always ready to help you save the world's elements from the Bayaki, winged interstellar creatures that will appear in the Cthulhu mythos. They're created by August Derleth, the co-creator of the Cthulhu mythos, along with H.P. Lovecraft, and appear in such stories as The House on Kerwin Street. They're described as being chimera-like creatures around 3 meters tall, with the wings of a pterosaur, the legs of an eagle, and the tail of a bees. Oh, that sounds awful. Despite their terrifying appearance, they understand human speech, and if they feel it's in their best interest, they can even work together with humans. In space, they usually travel at around 1/10 of light speed, but an organ called the Hune in their tail allows them to fly faster than the speed of light. The Bayaki are supposedly servants of Hastur, the god of shepherds, a creation of Ambrose Bierce, author of the famous Devil's Dictionary. The 4 spirits who control the elements of earth, water, fire, and air. Their existence was first proposed by the Swiss alchemist Heracles in his book The Book of Fairies. He described them as beings not dead, like ghosts, but not alive, like humans, and as being spiritual creatures of an extremely nebulous nature. Heracles struggled to explain exactly what they were, and in the end decided to classify them as things. He divided them as follows. The element of earth is controlled by the pygmies of the mountain, or the gnomes. The element of water is controlled by the nymphs of the water, or the undine. The elements of fire is controlled by the salamanders of the fire, or the Vulcans. The element of air is controlled by the sylphs of the wind, or the Sylvestris. Heracles' theory had a huge effect on alchemists and authors both of his own and later generations, who filled in the gaps in his work. In the fantasy genre in particular, elements have become a mainstay. Or elementals. Right. Since many years ago, well, I guess many years in the future, I've been wondering, but sometimes what you say is really hard to understand. What language is that? Don't think, nya. Feel. That's the one. Oh, come on. Ah, it's so cold. I think I'm going home now.
はお家に帰ろうか
In
な
the end, she never could get an answer. To Suzuha, Ferris was always a great mystery.
送っていくよ
I'll walk.
一緒に出よう
Excuse me. Sorry. I'll walk you home. Let's go together.
それじゃあ
Meow. Then you can have dinner at my place too.
そういうつもりで言った
That wasn't what I meant.
普段
You never eat any real food, do you?
すずにゃんのストイック
Whenever I
さを
see how
見てると
stoic you are, I always feel like I have to do something,
なんと
Meow.
か保護欲
Like a protective or motherly feeling. It stirs something like that within me.
私は大丈夫
I'm
だ
just
から
fine. Before she finished her sentence, she felt someone looking at her. She glanced around. Meow?
どうしたの
What is it? She listened carefully. She definitely heard a very faint sound from the direction of the metal door that led to the stairs. It was small enough that Suzuha was only able to notice it because of her training.
誰か
Someone's there.
にゃにゃ
Meow meow?
多分
They probably
話を
heard
聞かれ
us.
た
Most of the discussion was worthless, but they talked about the time machine a little, if someone heard that. Suzuha yanked her gun out of her jacket and in an instant ran towards the stairs as fast as she could. She heard someone running down the stairs as soon as she did. The sound, heavy military boots in a wide stride, got further and further away.
早い
They're fast. She opened up the door and jumped into the landing. Then she raced down the stairs, skipping 3 steps with every stride. But still, it wasn't fast enough. Suzuha was born fast, and she'd been trained to be faster, but it wasn't enough. When she finally made it to the 2nd floor, she could hear the loud revving of a motorcycle. Oh no! She panicked and slipped on an object that had been left halfway up the stairs, then rolled her way to the bottom. She managed to get into the right position and protect her head, so it was her hips that struck the ground. It still sounds painful. She forced herself to stand up and run outside. She could see the taillights of a large motorcycle speeding away. The driver was wearing a black helmet and riding suit, and already a good distance away, so she couldn't even tell if they were a man or a woman. They revved their engine loudly as if to mock her, and then spun a corner and disappeared into Center Street. Suzunyan! A little later, Ferris caught up.
大丈夫か
Are
にゃ
you okay, Nya?
逃げられた
They got away.
それしま
You
った
should put that
方がいい
away, Nya. Oh, yeah. She put the gun in her hands back in her jacket holster and brushed away hair that sweat had stuck to her brow.
今の誰に
Who was that, Nya?
わからない
I don't know, but they weren't a civilian.
一
They'd
般
been
人の
trained.
訓練
Trained?
階段に何
Was
か
there
落ち
anything
て
on
な
the
かった
stairs?
バッグが転がってたに
A bag, Nya?
ちょうど死角にな
It
る位
was
置だ
right where I couldn't see it. They probably dropped it deliberately, and they revved their engine right when I was coming by it.
見事に引っかかったよ
Fell for
ト
it.
ラップってこ
You
と
mean it was a trap, Nya?
ああいうことがとっさに
Only
できる
someone with
っていう
special training could do that on a
特殊な
moment's
訓練
notice.
を
No
受
one
け
else
てるから
could.
だじゃなきゃ無理
Suzuha glared in the direction the bike disappeared and started to think. Was it CERN? There was an unofficial CERN group, the Rounders, that were searching for IBM 5100s in Akihabara. Rintaro Okabe had told her that, but he'd only encountered them in another world line.
誰かはわからないけ
I
ど
don't know who it was, but it's clear that someone other than us knows about the
タイ
time
ムマシン
machine.
のことを知ってる奴がいるのは間違
Was
い
it
ない
that? Was it that they knew about it, but weren't going to do anything more? Or did they intend to steal the time machine from her? Since she didn't know, she had to assume the worst, or she wouldn't be prepared to deal with it. She looked up to the sky and sighed. It was becoming a bad habit. Yeah, I know, I'm trying to get to the end of, like, this segment, because I'm assuming it's only about as long as the previous ones. But yeah. Hey, Big Sis Rumi, don't tell Uncle Ocarina and the others, okay? Meow? Why?
今のオカリンおじ
If
さん
Uncle Ocarina knew about it, he might say it was too dangerous and that we had to destroy the time machine, you know?
そうにゃ
Clearly we should just be doing 24-hour visual novel streams. Yeah, it's true, but
私は絶対に
I'm going to protect the time machine, no matter what. I need to take Uncle Ocarina to the entrance to Steins
そ
Gate.
れが未来の父さん
That was the promise I made to my dad, and to all the people who sent me here.
すずにゃ
Suzunyan?
わかったにゃ
Alright now, in exchange, just make sure you tell Darunyan.
オキドキ
Okie dokie. I mean, clearly we should. The last part was almost a whisper as her words melted into Akihabara's sky. See? Look at that. The end of the segment. Eternal Viper eating. Oh, my voice would give way after a while. Doing 6 hours, almost 6 hours of robotics note started to sting by the end. Not bad or anything, but like, I couldn't do 24 hours. And you've seen how many mistakes they make after 4. imagine just the incoherent ramblings of a Viper unable to actually concentrate on the words in front of him after like 12, 24 hours. Whew, boy, that would be tough. But yes, thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching for part 1 of Steins Gate Zero. Good times so far, right? Nothing bad whatsoever. Nope. Nothing at all. Just nothing but pure happiness, and I'm sure it will be that way for the rest of the time. It helps that we already know most of these characters. That helps. The fact that it's a direct sequel in only a short time skip away, it helps that we're just already totally invested. Yeah. Oh man. The 4 endings, man. The 4 endings. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't remember which thing leads to which ending, so like I know the splits, but I don't remember, like, even once I hit the pass I won't know what of the endings we're heading towards, because I don't remember. And I specifically still found a spoiler-free walkthrough, even though like I kinda have basic recollection. If there's something I don't remember, I don't want the guide to spoil it. So yeah, fun times. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna settle on Yakuza. It's a really long game, and while I'm in the zone for it before a bunch of other games come out that I'm going to have to switch focus on, we may as well get further in it, right? I'm enjoying it. It's long. I should make as much progress as I can before we inevitably have to put it on the back burner for like 6 straight months. Because games. Tuesday, I was going to be doing Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow, but maintenance starts before I end stream, so we moved it to Tuesday. So tomorrow's going to be Yakuza. Tuesday we'll do some not Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy Warrior leveling. Thursday's going to be Monster Hunter. Friday, Saturday I'll pick something, and Sunday will be more of this. I don't know Friday, Saturday yet, but yeah, it's probably going to be some mixture of Ryza or Yakuza. We'll see. Who knows? That's the plan for now. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Vibress of Viberland, and let's say it's good dancing. Oh, the dancing was so good. Got ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, and it's gotta
Hey
be.
master, I am mad scientist. It's so cool. Son of a bitch.
I can't play a different sound. There has to be that one. But yeah. Hope everyone has enjoyed the first stream of Steins Gate Zero. There will be more. It will be a good time. And then after this, this is the last bit of known Side EV for me. That's the weird thing. Is like this is the last bit of known stuff. After this, it's all unknown to me. I don't know anything else at all. Yeah, then it's all blind for me again. And I look forward to it. No matter what happens. But yeah, see you all next time.